And at this time, we'll begin with brief introductions of all the commissioners, starting to my far right, Commissioner Valletta.
Good morning. David Valletta.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Swinger.
Good morning, Bob Dyke from Evansville.
Good morning, David Ziegner from Indianapolis.
Thank you very much. And I want to start by thanking everyone in the room and today those that are watching online for joining us today with our investigative inquiry on energy affordability. My name is Andy Zay, and I'm the chairman of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, which is an administrative agency that's charged with ensuring that regulated utilities are providing safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. Our role as a commission continues to be the careful and impartial examination of the evidence in each specific proceeding to ensure utilities under our jurisdiction are making prudent decisions as they meet their obligation to provide that service. We have a dedicated team of professionals, about 75 staff members, who spend most of their time reviewing evidence in regulatory proceedings and advising the commission. Before I turn it over to the other commissioners and the Consumer Counselor to give some opening remarks, I would like to take a moment to go over the purpose for today's meeting. For starters, we're here to talk about energy affordability. The commission has called in representatives with the 5 largest investor-owned utilities who will be presenting and answering questions on topics like how usage rates leads to bills, the impact of growth and affordability, what can be done in the short term to increase bill transparency and address rising energy costs. Each utility will get 1 hour that will include a 15 to 20-minute presentation by the utility, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answer by the commission and the OUCC. For those who are interested in following along, here's a list in order in the names of the utilities that will be presenting today. Starting off first, and already in the room, welcome, is AES of Indiana. Following AES today will be Duke Energy. We will have a lunch break, come back and hear from NIPCO first in the afternoon, followed by Indiana Michigan Power, and closing out our day with CenterPoint Energy. We'll also be taking, well, I just mentioned that, but we'll be taking a break for lunch at noon. It is important to note that the agenda, along with the utility presentations, can be found on the Commission's website. Also, this meeting is being recorded and will be archived via the Commission's YouTube channel. With that stated, the purpose of this inquiry is for the Commissioners and OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. This is the first phase in a larger strategy led by the Commission to discuss some of the underlying drivers behind rising energy costs with the goal of exploring short and long-term solutions. Because this is the Commission's opportunity and we only have the utilities for 1 hour each, we will not be taking public comments during the inquiry. That's where phase 2 comes in. Last week, the Commission announced a series of 10 listening sessions that will be held across the state with the sole purpose of hearing from utility customers directly. I've always felt that every bill tells a story, and the rates we set aren't just abstract numbers. They have real impacts on everyday households and businesses. It's important, and we cannot have these conversations without making sure that the voices, experience, perspectives of everyday Hoosiers are included. Those sessions will be kicking off this week and will last through April, and we encourage everyone to attend. On a personal note, I would just like to thank all the individuals, elected officials, community members, organizations, venues for your help in partnering with us to make sure these important conversations can happen. Once those sessions are done, the Commission will then review the information and determine any appropriate next steps to take, which can include a formal or informal action. We can't give you a time frame on that just yet, but any formal action taken by the Commission must occur at our weekly public meeting known as a conference, where the commissioners vote on orders. In my short time as chairman, the Commission has received an unprecedented number of complaints from customers who are struggling to pay their energy bills and who have expressed frustration and confusion about what those bills entail. It's long been my view that addressing issues like affordability and bill transparency is a shared responsibility. The Indiana General Assembly is the policy setter. Utilities are the service providers, and the Commission is the economic regulator. We all have a part to play. I commend the work of the Indiana General Assembly, as in this past session they passed House Enrolled Act 1002. For our part, when it comes to adjudicating cases, the Commission is charged with weighing the evidence and following all applicable laws, while adhering to the policy directives set by the legislature. This includes in electric rate cases, for example, the state's 5 pillars of energy policy, which require the Commission to consider reliability, resiliency, stability, environmental sustainability, and of course, affordability. In my view, the 5 pillars appropriately recognize the reality that utility regulation is, at its core, a careful, complex, and constant balancing act. As utility regulators, we want to ensure the utilities have the capital they need to maintain, improve, and modernize their systems. These investments, along with personnel, fuel, maintenance, and other operational expenses, are fundamental to the delivery and steady flow of gas and electrons to ensure the lights come on when we flip the switch. Homes have heat in the winter, and power is restored quickly after a storm. On that, I would like to take a brief moment here, to recognize all our utilities and utility workers for the incredible work they did in responding to recent storms. These are some of the most dedicated professionals you'll ever meet, often working in dangerous or hazardous conditions just to keep the lights on for us. They rarely get the recognition they deserve, and we owe them our gratitude. I can say with confidence that while no system is 100% reliable, Indiana fared much better than some other states. However, that reliability comes at a cost. It is difficult to put a price tag on. Careful attention must be paid to the impact these increases can have when combined with inflation, fuel costs, and other forces outside of a utility's control. That's why we are here today. I've always stated that affordability means something different to everyone. Today we'll be hearing what it means from the utilities perspective, and the next week on the road, we'll be hearing from the customers. I won't speak for my fellow commissioners, but my interest and focus here is on solutions and what utilities can do in the immediate to provide relief. We look forward to hosting a productive and civil conversation today. And with that, I will offer the floor to Consumer Counselor Abby Gray, if you have anything to add.
Summer, sorry. I'm very fortunate to oversee a number of very talented staff members who work hard every day for ratepayers. With me today is Olivia Rivera, our External Affairs Director, and her deputy, Ashley Bishop. I'm also joined by Brian Latham, our Electric Division Director, and his deputy, April Piranish. Also joining us later today will be Heather Poole, our Natural Gas Division Director. I'd like to acknowledge the elected officials and hundreds, if not thousands, of ratepayers who have contacted our office in the last several weeks. I greatly appreciate you taking the time to share your concerns with us. Many of my questions today are a result of comments we have received. Thank you everyone for tuning in online and those here in person today. I'd also like to thank the new IURC Chairman, Zay, for hitting the ground running, and the Commission for facilitating this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments before we start? Okay. At this time, we'll move forward with our proceedings with AES, and I'll share this similar opening comment with each before we start. Just to formally introduce the day and what we're doing with each inquiry. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's investigative inquiry on energy affordability that is taking place on March the 24th, 2026 in the IURC Judicial Courtroom, 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street in Indianapolis. This meeting is an opportunity for the Commission and the OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. Public comments will not be accepted during today's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed via the Commission's YouTube channel, and the agenda along with the presentations for today are available on the Commissioner's website. We are now joined by representatives from AES Indiana, who will give a brief 15 to 20-minute presentation, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answers from the Commissioner and the OUCC. AES, thank you for joining us today. Please begin by introducing yourselves and then commence with your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Zay, Commissioners, and Councilor Gray. I'm Brandy Davis-Handy, President of AES Indiana, and I'm joined this morning by Zach Elliott, who leads our Customer Solutions team, Chad Rogers, who leads Regulatory, and Stephen Bromley, who is a leader within our Customer Operations team. On behalf of our entire team at AES Indiana, we thank you for convening this inquiry and for the opportunity to share how AES Indiana thinks about affordability and what we're doing in both the near term and the long term to better support our customers. Today I'll focus on 3 areas: main factors currently driving bill increases, what we're doing right now to better support customers, and how we're planning responsibly for the long term to balance affordability and reliability for our 533,000 customers across Central Indiana. I'll first start with a high-level look of who we serve in the system that we operate. AES Indiana serves 533,000 customers across 528 square miles in Central Indiana, supported by a diverse mix of generation totaling more than 4,000 megawatts, including solar, thermal, and wind assets. Those assets and investments behind them are what enable reliability, but they're also central to how we manage cost over time with a focus on affordability. And prioritizing affordability requires a careful balance and a number of factors. For us, affordability isn't one dimension. It's a multi-pronged approach. It requires, first, long-term planning and reflects the future vision of our service territory and engagement and feedback from stakeholders, as well as a disciplined cost management approach. Second, the framework and path for responsible load growth. Third, the continued evolution of the customer resources and improved tools for customers to understand their usage and the impact on their bill. And fourth, you also need programs to help support customers manage their energy consumption. And finally, broader policy support. And our work is guided by a comprehensive framework. Our efforts to prioritize affordability are grounded in a strong, disciplined framework that protects customers and guides every major decision that we make. First, the regulatory compact in Indiana provides a critical foundation. We believe that it's important that this commission has the authority to review, approve, and set rates and charges for utilities through a transparent, open book process. This oversight ensures that investments are scrutinized, costs are reasonable, and customers are protected through independent regulatory review. Second, Indiana's energy policy establishes clear statutory guardrails. State law requires utilities to balance 5 foundational pillars: affordability, reliability, resilience, stability, and environmental sustainability. Affordable rates are essential, but they cannot be pursued in isolation or at the expense of system reliability or long-term resilience. That balance is not optional. It is embedded in the statute and guides our planning. Third, the integrated resource planning process provides disciplined, long-term planning. The IRP allows us to evaluate future demand, test multiple scenarios, and determine what generation resources are needed over time. Its purpose is to identify the lowest delivered cost reasonably possible while preserving flexibility and optionality. And finally, we rely on cost causation principles to ensure fairness. These principles ensure that costs are allocated to the customers who drive them. That discipline is essential to protecting existing customers, maintaining equity across customer classes, and reinforcing trust in the regulatory process. Now, before I jump into some of our current cost drivers, I do want to address something that has made headlines recently and provide clarity on how this topic relates to affordability. Earlier this month, AES Corporation announced that they have agreed to be acquired by a consortium of investors led by Global Infrastructure Partners and EQT. The investors share AES's commitment of safety, reliability, and affordability. This transaction does not change how we are currently regulated and those principles that I just discussed on the previous slide. Additionally, no cost related to this transaction will be recovered from ratepayers. I now want to start with how we define affordability and also acknowledge that affordability cannot easily be defined. We consider affordability in the context of the overall service or package that we provide to our customers. We evaluate and measure affordability through multiple lenses: starting first with price per 1,000 kilowatt hour, which is an industry standard. It is how we've looked at the typical residential bill across Indiana for quite some time. And then we have share of wallet, which is an analysis that we do internally, which measures the relationship between electricity cost and income. And then we have comparison to CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which is an economic indicator that measures changes in the prices in goods and services over time. And then finally, looking at the amount of customers in arrears, which is those accounts that have an outstanding balance of more than 31 days. In subsequent slides, I'm going to share more on how AES fares in some of these measures, but also what we are doing to continue to make the service that we provide more affordable for customers. First, I want to share a little bit more about what makes up our bills. Customer bills are the result of rates times consumption plus sales tax. And base rates cover the fixed costs of serving customers. This includes our infrastructure, our operations, and ongoing maintenance, and is set through an open, commission-approved process following detailed review and public scrutiny. In addition to base rates, customers see riders, which serve two primary purposes. Some riders are true-ups for externally driven costs, such as fuel and regional transmission organization charges. Others recover the cost of specific capital investments that have already been reviewed and approved by the Commission. This pie chart on the slide right now reflects the composition of our total residential bill today. And I want to focus specifically first on the riders because they are often the most visible source of monthly bill fluctuation that includes both increases and decreases. The fuel adjustment charge fluctuates with the price of fuel and market power cost and is higher compared to last winter. This rider is a pass-through, and that means that AES receives no profit. Our more recent FAC reflects an increase in fuel and power driven by colder temperatures that we've seen earlier this year. The capacity and off-system sales riders true up capacity cost and off-system sales margins compared to what was embedded in base rates. These riders are higher than last winter and driven by changes in available generation and power market prices relative to the assumption in base rates. And then the T-DISC and environmental cost recovery riders allow for recovery of new commission-approved infrastructure investments made to serve customers between base rate cases. These riders have increased compared to last winter as additional infrastructure projects were placed into service over the past year. Now, historically, riders have made up about 10% of our AES Indiana bills. As of March of this year today, they represent approximately 12%. Reflecting the combined impact of fuel cost, market conditions, and infrastructure investments. Finally, there's usage, kilowatt hours, and demand. That can significantly influence bills month to month, often more than changes in rates themselves. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about usage drivers and customer tools later in this presentation. But with the bill structure in mind, I want to go ahead and turn to where AES Indiana's rates stand today. AES Indiana's rates have consistently ranked among the lowest of investor-owned utilities within the state of Indiana. Even as absolute bills increased industry-wide due to fuel, infrastructure, and reliability investments on a price per 1,000 kilowatt-hour basis, AES Indiana residential rates have shown here are 17% lower than the average of the IOUs, and the chart reflects that comparison over time. Now I want to take a look at broader inflation. When you look at some of our neighboring states, Indiana's electric residential rates rank among the lowest compared to states like Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio. This view on the chart compares our average residential bills to the Consumer Price Index. Over the past decade, our average residential bills have largely tracked inflation over time within this time period from 2013 to 2025. And while bills have shown fluctuations year over year, cumulative growth has remained below inflation. And now a large part of how we've been able to do this, keeping those rates considerably lower than some of the other IOUs, has been how we've operated and evolved our generation portfolio. We have taken an intentional, all-of-the-above approach, modernizing the grid while working to keep rates competitive. Our power plants, our poles, and our wires all make up a significant portion of base rates. It is, in my opinion, that Indiana is positioned well as our state's leadership did the right thing, investing early on in the beginning of our energy transition more than a decade ago. And while there are other states who may have lower rates today, they will ultimately be in a position where infrastructure will continue to age and eventually need to be replaced. For us, that transition began in 2016 when we converted coal units at Harding Street to natural gas. A decade later, the converted Harding Street units were 100% available during Winter Storm Fern just a little over a month ago and were the best performing units in our fleet. Using the IRP as our guide, AES Indiana has made investments over the past decade to ensure reliability while balancing the impact of our customers' bills. Additionally, a big piece of our story is how we manage our own cost internally. Despite inflationary pressures and growth in our rate base, we continue to demonstrate sound and reasonable management of cost. Our industry is seeing rising cost in materials in areas like transformers, switchgear, and wiring. However, we have worked to keep our transmission and distribution O&M relatively flat over the past 4 years. And while we can't control every external driver, we're going to do everything possible to control what we can internally. Now I want to go ahead and shift gears and talk a little bit more on the usage side, because that is often the biggest bill driver that our customers can see and feel. High bills can often be usage-driven rather than rate-driven. Usage is driven by multiple factors, including home characteristics, weather, appliance efficiency, and customer behavior. Two customers on the same rate can have very different bills because usage is driven by the home itself. Factors like the size and age of the home, insulation quality, whether heating is electric, the efficiency of the heating source all significantly affect consumption. And during extreme cold or heat, heating and cooling load is the single largest driver of higher bills, often more than any changes in rates. Older homes and single-family residences typically use more electricity due to lower insulation levels and greater exposure, while multifamily housing generally uses less energy per household. And when customers look at their bills this winter, it's important to start with what the weather actually looked like. This past winter wasn't just cold, it was sustained cold. We saw long stretches of below freezing temperatures, including more than 12 straight days where temperatures stayed at or below freezing. That kind of duration matters because it fundamentally changes how homes use electricity. And that is why AES remains committed to focusing on energy efficiency programs and usage management tools. We provide multiple tools for our customers to understand their bill and how usage has impacted their bill over time. Pictured here is the monthly bill that goes to our customers. We also have about 33% of our customers that have opted in for e-bill, so they receive the same bill, but in the electronic format. Additionally, the My Account portal provides customers with access to their monthly bills, payment history, and usage information in one place. Customers can view current and past bills, track consumption trends, and access additional tools that explain how usage and rates translate into charges. Also, online, we have a bill calculator that helps customers better understand how their bill is constructed by showing the impact of base rates, riders, and usage on total charges. It allows customers to estimate future bills based on seasonal usage patterns and better anticipate changes over time. Now, AES is expanding visibility of this tool by integrating it directly into the My Account experience, and we do believe that that will give many of our customers more visibility to the existence of that tool. We also have PowerView, which is a tool that provides customers with access daily and in some cases hourly, allowing them to see how their energy use changes day to day. The tool highlights trends, identifies high usage days, and offers tailored recommendations to help customers manage consumption and reduce cost. We also offer high usage alerts, which notifies customers when their electricity use is trending significantly higher than normal, and home energy reports. And we pair these tools with direct assistance and additional support. Now, we support our customers through a combination of flexible payment options, bill assistance, and community partnerships. We want to be there when our customers need us the most, whether that is managing short-term challenges or needing access to longer-term support when financial issues arise. Most recently, we've added some additional protections. We voluntarily and announced just about a week ago that we are extending winter moratorium until May 15th of this year for LIHEAP eligible customers. And we are announcing today that we are waiving the $3 remote reconnection charge. Additionally, AES Indiana is committing $1 million over the next 2 years to our Power of Change program. Since 2018, we've committed more than $300,000 to this program, and this is a program that provides one-time grants to income-qualified customers, regardless of approval or denial from other assistance programs, ensuring help is available when our customers need it the most. We also contribute to the United Way's Winter Assistance Fund every year and make $2.1 million in annual community investments funded by our shareholders. Part of this work includes meeting our customers' basic needs. For example, last year we became the new title sponsor of 16 Tech's Indy Winters Farmers Market. We believe that access to healthy, affordable food is an essential need, and our partnership allows us to meet customers where they already are by supporting local farmers and small businesses while helping families put healthy food on the table during the winter months. And we don't stop at food access. Our energy efficiency team is on site at the market monthly to connect directly with customers about programs that can help them reduce energy usage and manage their bills. Now, on top of assistance, reducing usage through efficiency is one of the most durable affordability solutions in front of us. In 2025, our customer programs delivered over 163 million kilowatt hours of energy savings through a wide range of no-cost assessments, weatherization, school kits, small business support, rebates, and incentives. We are promoting these efforts now through a broad advertising campaign. And we've also taken near-term steps specifically aimed at transparency. We are focusing on making it easier for our customers. Bill transparency is a big part of that. And so I spoke earlier about our bill calculator. I mentioned that we're looking at additional places and embedding that bill calculator within our My Account portal. In addition to improving access to this tool, we are committing to kick off a customer-led focus group as we approach a bill redesign. We want to ensure the bill meets the needs of our customers, and the only way to get that feedback is directly from them. To summarize some of the other near-term support I've mentioned, this also includes the extension of winter moratorium, the waiving of the $3 reconnect fee, and the additional $1 million contribution over the next 2 years to our Power of Change program. Now, I want to address a big topic that is a part of this inquiry, and that's growth. And I think that this is an important topic as it relates to ultimate solutions for affordability. In the past, Indiana has built its economy around infrastructure, whether it was roads, rail, or logistics, or advanced manufacturing. Data centers represent the next chapter of that infrastructure identity, and when planned responsibly, they strengthen both our grid and our communities. Our state has taken important steps to steady its energy footing while supporting growth. And we now have a framework to ensure that these large load customers pay for the infrastructure and energy upgrades that they require. At AES Indiana, our approach to load growth is simple. It must be cost effective, it must not adversely impact our existing customers, it must preserve the regulatory compact, and it must support system reliability. And here's a little bit more on how we can make this happen. In our 2025 Integrated Resource Plan, we deliberately modeled multiple scenarios to ensure that there was a path to protect our existing customers while responsibly planning for potential load growth within our service territory. That modeling shows something important because our electric system has significant fixed cost. Responsibly growing total kilowatt-hour sales can spread those fixed costs across a larger base, which can put downward pressure on rates over time. We tested that outcome directly by comparing growth scenarios to a no-growth scenario in our most recent IRP that was filed last year. Just as important, growth only works for customers when it's done fairly. And under the agreements AES Indiana has entered into with new large load customers, those customers are responsible for 100% of the incremental transmission, distribution, and generation costs required to serve their load. Existing customers are not paying for those costs. We are also developing customer-specific contracts that include strong protections such as financial assurances, long-term contracts, minimum demand charges, and exit fees, all designed to ensure that the risk stays with the large load customer. These sorts of protections are possible due to broader support from our state's legislative leaders. Public policy also plays a key role in supporting affordability. As I wrap up, I want to acknowledge the important work that has taken place in Indiana over the past several months with the passage of House Enrolled Act 1002. This legislation strengthens the affordability framework for customers by expanding automatic levelized billing for LIHEAP-eligible households, enabling multi-year rate planning, advanced performance-based rate making, and enhancing reporting and the low-income assistance program requirements. Taken together, these tools reinforce Indiana's commitment to affordability and provide greater bill stability for vulnerable customers, encouraging long-term planning and increasing transparency and accountability across the industry. Chairman and Commissioners, I do want to close with where I began, and that is with our customers. Affordability is not a single metric or a moment in time. It is a result of disciplined planning, thoughtful policy, strong oversight, and daily operational decisions made with customers at the center. At AES Indiana, we take seriously our responsibility to provide reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost, both today and for the long term. Our state has a strong framework that guides us in keeping affordability in the forefront, and we are committed to operating within that framework transparently, under commission oversight, and in partnership with our customers, regulators, policymakers, and stakeholders. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective today, and I will now be joined by, as I mentioned before, Zach Elliott, who leads our Customer Solutions team, Chad Rogers, who leads Regulatory, and Stephen Bromley with Customer Operations. We appreciate your leadership, and we welcome questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now move into question and answer. I'm going to start to my right with Commissioner David Valletta.
Thank you, Chairman Zay. And thank you for your presentation this morning. I think I'm going to start up with your 2025 IRP that you just referenced. So as part of the 2025 IRP, the stakeholders also had you run a sensitivity called the data center leave sensitivity, which is if the data center either leaves early or doesn't show up. And so can you talk about what that sensitivity showed?
Yeah, so in terms of, I think the most important thing that I want the commission and customers to know is for any data center opportunity that's in front of us. And I spoke in my presentation about the importance of customer protections and the agreements that we are entering into. And I think that it's important to focus on having long-term contracts and exit fees. And so the way that we have structured our agreements, and while we have not yet made a filing in front of the commission, and that will be coming soon, it shows that with these agreements, that if one of these large load customers were never to add, a megawatt to the grid, they are on the hook for the cost incurred for both the generation, the transmission, and the distribution that we are building out.
What happens if they leave early?
There are exit fees. And so even if they leave early, they're on the hook. And so when we do we will be making a filing soon, which will be very visible to the terms of that agreement.
Okay, so new generation being built to serve data centers are likely going to be more expensive than the plants that AES already has. So can you explain how adding higher cost generation to your allocated system affects the rates that your existing customers pay, even if the new customer is paying their fair share?
Yes, so in building the contract rates for the new customer, they are not paying a discount. They will be paying a premium to what customers pay today to cover that incremental cost to serve them. And if that incremental cost to serve them is incrementally more than what we currently have in our base rates, they will pay that additional cost. They will also, the rates to serve future large load customers will also include the cost to serve them when they utilize our existing infrastructure and cover, as Brandy had mentioned in the presentation, some of the embedded fixed costs that are currently in existing customer rates, which can be a benefit to existing customers.
So it sounds like you're acknowledging that the average cost will go up of your system, but you're saying that the data center will pay the the part that they caused to increase?
That is correct. The average cost, though it may go up because of the additional sales volumes that they provide, can cause rates to go down compared to what they would otherwise be at that time.
Okay, so while we're talking about data centers, so as you build out generation and grid capacity to serve data centers, there will also be significant transmission costs. How are you going to allocate those transmission costs between the data centers and your existing customer base?
So we base our cost allocation on cost of service, and to the extent that new transmission costs are to deliver power to the data center, 100% of that gets allocated to the data center. That's for the network upgrades. There are also direct interconnection costs, and that gets paid directly by the large load customer at the outset.
So you're committing that other customers are not going to pay any of the transmission costs related to your data center development?
It depends on who benefits from those transmission upgrades. And what I can say and what we have currently been evaluating is that the data center is being assigned 100% of those transmission costs in our ongoing conversations.
Okay. So AES participates in MISO's planning processes. So you're at the table when regional transmission projects are proposed and evaluated. How are you advancing ratepayer affordability at the RTO level?
As we're in this growth phase with generation, one way that we make sure that we are keeping an eye on affordability at the RTO level is to carefully evaluate potential generation projects that are mature in their RTO process, because those costs are more predictable for transmission connection than other projects that are more infant in that process. So I would say one of the major ways is we make sure that we're considering the transmission costs and where they're at in that DPP cycle with MISO for each and every project, and considering those costs as part of the economic case that benefits customers for those.
One more follow-up, and then we'll go ahead.
I just want to follow up a little bit on the what's securing the exit fees. Is it the creditworthiness of the companies? Because recently you've announced a couple different data centers, and not every company is the same. So what is securing the exit fees?
So for any future and current signed contracts, the customer must place security for that backs up those exit fees. That's expected from the company, from the customer, I should say.
Ask one more quick question.
One more.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we may have another opportunity to come back. I just want to give some of the other commissioners in the OUCC the opportunity to ask questions as well.
Okay. Yeah, real quick. So, Ms. Davis-Handy, early in your presentation, you mentioned the regulatory compact. So, on page 4 of your presentation, you referenced the regulatory compact as part of the foundation of your affordability framework, the idea that you provide reliable service and recover prudently incurred costs through IURC oversight and rate case reviews. So there's a tension between invoking the regulatory compact and recovering a growing share of your costs through trackers that bypass rate case review. Some states are conducting comprehensive reviews of their cost trackers, testing each tracker against its original justification, measuring bill impact, and identifying candidates for consolidation. Would you support a similar comprehensive review in Indiana of trackers?
I think I would absolutely support the review. I think, I'll go back to my closing statement of the importance of how, as an industry, our business, our utilities need to work closely with our customers, with our stakeholders, with regulators to get the best solutions. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. I think as I look at the last few months and what happened at the State House with the passage of 1002, performance-based rate making, I think that we are headed in a way that continues to build upon the transparency that we've had in the state of Indiana for quite some time. So my answer is yes, I would be open.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valletta. Going down to this end, Commissioner Ziegner, question or two?
I wanted to ask a general question about how much of a ratepayer's bill is driven by rates versus riders or trackers.
Yeah, so if on that pie chart, there was the percentage. So let me pull out the actual chart. What was in the column, which is around 31%, the infrastructure and investment, those are more of our base rates. And so when you look at fuel operations, many of those riders and trackers are within those columns. Anything you would add?
Yeah, to answer that question more directly, historically, about 10% of a residential customer bill has been from the riders. As of this month, that number is at 12%.
What factors drove the increase?
The increase is primarily driven year over year from last year to this year, slightly by fuel costs, but then also, as Brandy had mentioned, our investment riders, both the ECR and the T-to-SIC, have made up that increase as we place into service additional infrastructure projects that have been pre-approved through those riders.
And I would add, just to be specific and transparent as relates to T-DISC and those environmental cost recovery trackers, there's about a $9 increase from what our customers saw last winter versus where we are today.
And what's driving that increase?
Much of that are new investments that we've put into service within our service territory over the last year.
New generation and T-to-SIC infrastructure investments that have gone into service.
Are you good, or one more follow-up? Good. Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions that aren't directly related to each other, but I'll go ahead and get them out. First of all, Ms. Davis-Handy, you mentioned the BlackRock sale, and you made the commitment this morning that customers are not going to pay for that transaction. I'd like to know what assurances you can give us about rates and service quality after that transaction closes, assuming it gets the appeals that are required at the federal level. My other question has to do with the open houses that were scheduled earlier this year. What plans do you guys have for rescheduling those and getting more out into the community?
Okay, absolutely. I would love to take both of those questions. For the first question, Commissioner Swigner, as it relates to to GIP and EQT, those are the two primary new investors. And I want to say that this is pending approvals. And so from a timeline standpoint, AES Indiana is still operating today under our current framework. And so if this transaction goes through, the timing we are looking at towards the end of this year or early 2027. I can tell you that these two companies mirror our commitments in terms of reliability, affordability for our customers. And one thing that I think it's important to note about these companies, because there has been a lot of information, is that and we do have, there is a website out there, thefutureofaes.com, if anyone is curious to know more about the companies and what this could mean for our business. But I will tell you that they are long-term infrastructure investors. And so that means, and I think that it's an important moment that we are in the state of Indiana. I talked a lot about data center growth, load growth, and how it can be done in a responsible way and truly benefit our customers. And so This is not their first potential acquisition of a company that has investor-owned, that has regulated utilities. And so I think that they serve as a huge resource as we approach this new moment in our, not only in our industry, but in our state history, to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to grow responsibly and maintain affordability for our customers. And they have that commitment. They share that commitment.
Regarding the open houses.
Yes. So one thing I want to mention about the open houses, I talked a lot about the tools and resources that we offer to our customers. Open houses is something that we instituted, I believe, in fall of 2024. And so this is something that we now do quarterly across our service territory. We specifically and very intentionally schedule these open houses in various locations of our service territory to make it easy for all of our customers to have access to them. Unfortunately, we had to cancel those open houses that were scheduled for March. That is something that our team did not want to do. You have our commitment that our plan to hold open houses, that's a routine part of our toolkit of how we want to engage with our customers, how we want to make it easy for our customers to engage with us, to get information. At those open houses, it's a forum. And so there was a lot of misinformation about what those dates were. This is something that we had scheduled for quite some time. It wasn't a public meeting. It wasn't a forum for customers to stand in front of a mic and talk about what they had heard on the news that week. It was an opportunity to visit tables, whether it be with our customer operations team. We actually bring in our customer agents to look up bills, answer any bill questions, set customers up with payment options, levelized billing. We have our energy efficiency team that's on site. We also, for the last, I think, 2 sessions of open houses, we've had a table specifically directed towards data centers to better understand what this means and how AES Indiana is approaching it. We had to, unfortunately, at the very last minute, cancel those open houses because of very real threats that were received directly to our company. And without getting into specifics, I mean, this is, we are in an environment where I understand there's nothing more important than us being there and supporting our customers. But it can't come at the cost of harming of those who are trying to keep the lights on, not only through central Indiana, but the state of Indiana. And there have been some unfortunate threats that have been made directly to our people and some unfortunate incidents. And so we are working, as those who are in this room today can see, the very visible and present source of law enforcement. And as long as we can maintain a safe environment for our people, we are committed to keeping those going.
Please keep us apprised as you do.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a little liberty and build on that. I think Hoosiers have lost a lot of trust, and I will say collectively, all of us as an industry, ourselves as regulators, you as providers, maybe even a little bit in the legislature as laws, and they begin to dive in and invest that. It falls back to many years when we used to go downtown and pay our utility bills, and if we had a question at that moment, we could ask and get an answer. Your company is headquartered out of Virginia. Many of the others are out of state. A lot of our board on the MISO and the RTO did not have an investment stake in the very interconnect that they represent. We've in some degree lost our identity with Hoosiers, with Main Street, with people on the ground. I appreciate that you're trying to do this. It feels reactionary on all of us that we are not out in front of this communicating with the public in a more intentional and a more grounded basis, where we can explain to them what you've answered about data centers, what you committed to, and having that table on data centers, where we can explain the complexity of these bills that are coming before them. I mean, what is the solution in that? I respect that you're trying to do these town halls, but I guess my question is that enough? Are we really getting FaceTime? Are we really engaging? And, we've got a long slew of media here that does their best, but the newspaper isn't what it was, and the social media has become the platform of the day. And that's very unfortunate for us as we step through these very complex times in a complex industry, whether we've made it that way or that's the way it is, looking for efficiencies that we might be talking about rates even higher than they are. Is there a creative solution or something within that, in the context of what I said, that we might be able more broadly to look at and tell a story for energy and the energy future that we're all facing really across the country, but specifically here in Indiana, because we really want to do it best?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that question. And the town halls themselves, absolutely, that is not enough. And so that has to be one of a number of diverse approaches. The reality is, as I think about AES Indiana, we serve a diverse customer population, 533,000 customers, residential, small businesses, to large industrials. And now, in a few years, potentially some of the largest loads we've ever seen within our industry's history. And I want to comment on that, but I want to kind of start with something that you led with, Chairman Zay. And while our parent company, AES Corporation, is headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, AES Indiana is and has been headquartered right here in downtown Indianapolis at One Monument Circle. I've served in my capacity as president of AES Indiana for the past 2 years. I've been with the company more than a decade of my career. As I look at my team that's at the table next to me, they too, I think, Zach and I talked on the way in. Our offices were next to each other a decade ago. I was born and raised in Indianapolis, so this is my home. I care passionately and am proud of the role that our company provides, of providing lights. My boss, who I see sitting behind me, one of the things that he says all the time is one of his greatest moments is when he's flying into Indianapolis in the middle of the night and seeing the lights on and knowing what happens behind the scenes to make that happen. And so we take pride in the important role and service that we provide to our service territory. We also understand that our industry today is not like it was 10 years ago. And so how we do what we do is changing. Customer behaviors are changing. When I started with the company in 2013, we weren't on social media. And so there were some there were few and direct ways that customers receive their information. And now we need to make sure that we are meeting our customers where they're at. So whether that's social media, whether that is our people serving on boards and being at the table to understand what others in the community are hearing, whether that is saying yes to any interview, to any panel opportunity, whether it is expanding our offerings on our website. There was a time where I think utilities just sent out bill inserts, and now we've got customers, they want a video. They want us to make it as easy as possible for them, and that is our obligation to do that. We must do that. And so I am not going to sit before you and say that we are doing all of the things today that we need to be doing, but I can give you my commitment that we show up every single day focused on how can we improve and make it better for our customers, and that absolutely is our commitment.
Thank you for that answer, and I challenge you to move with your association where we can all be a more informative industry and letting Hoosiers know what's going on in this space. We see each other on a regular basis, but they don't see us, and we need to make that effort to be an informative and educators. Sorry for interjecting. Thank you for the lead-in. Commissioner Doug, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation today, and thanks for being here to answer questions. Also, thanks for the public for coming here and watching live stream as well. And thanks to our staff. Our staff is amazing here at the IURC, and I appreciate everything they do. Very quickly, there's not a day that goes by that I don't hear people complain to me about energy rates and the cost in their, for their budgets. Whether it be a restaurant owner in Evansville or a widow on a fixed income in Michigan City or a single mother of 3 right here in Indianapolis, I get calls, I get messages constantly from people. Now, the energy rates have caused them to adjust their budgets. Things they normally had, things for necessity, money for necessities, is no longer there. So what I'm asking of you, what are you doing internally to keep your budgets down? And I'm not talking about LIHEAP or energy efficiency programs. I'm talking about within your company. What are you doing to keep your budget low so you can help the ratepayers out? And explain to them that you're doing the same thing that they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and it's a number of things. One of the most significant things, and I'll point to the slide that I presented earlier around our energy transition and how we have approached the need to ensure reliability and invest in generation, but do it in a way and staggering it from a time standpoint that we can, balance the impact of both reliability and affordability. One thing I showed the chart and talked specifically on on the T&D side of O&M, but some other things that we've done internally, we are continually looking at ways that we can create efficiencies and do more with less. And so as an organization, from the time that I've been with the company in 2013, we've had a focus on remaining as flat as we can from an organizational standpoint. We've had to, over the years, make some tough decisions. And we've been open and transparent in February of last year. And that's probably around the time also that we were hearing more and more concerns from our customers. We did go through a reorganization within AES Indiana where we had to look at what are the roles that we absolutely and most critically need. And so it is not one thing. I can look at all avenues of how we operate internally and tell you that we are contemplating looking every day how can we continue to honor our obligation of safety and reliability and affordability, but ensuring that we are not doing it in an excessive way.
One follow-up question. Affordability, that's the buzzword around the whole state with the energy cost. And it's one of the 5 pillars that we follow. So where would you rank affordability?
Where would I rank affordability? Are you asking in terms of
pillars.
how I look at it as importance?
Within the 5 pillars, where would you rank that?
I think that I believe that we have to look at, it is our obligation as an organization to look at all of the 5 pillars side by side. I can tell you, understanding the impact of the customer bill, I absolutely recognize the impact of the monthly bill to a customer, whether it be a senior citizen who's on a fixed income, whether it's a single mom, whether it's a college student who's just getting their first apartment. It is important, but we also are in an industry that we know what happens if the lights go out, and it's our obligation to keep the lights on and do it in a responsible way. And so I would say that affordability is important, but it can't be focused on at the expense of the other pillars.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're on deck. I'm going to go ahead and go, okay? All right. LIHEAP, as we know, is a customer assistance program provided, I believe, by a lot of federal funds. You mentioned a few funds that you have in customer assistance programs. I would like you to reiterate how much you commit to customer assistance now, helping those that are struggling to afford their bills, and what you might be able to do moving forward here in the near term, aside from a few commitments that you made, even stretching a little bit. And I guess I can't hold you that. You have to talk to some people before you commit to that. But we have a real short-term crisis here. LIHEAP feeds to a certain percentage, and I think we're creeping up into what we would call the lower middle class with this affordability crisis now. And it may be no fault of ours. It may be a fault of ours. We can't completely define that. We can point fingers all around the downtown area, around the state, even at our president. There's all kinds of questions about the how and why, inflation, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is on Main Street, there are people that simply can't afford to pay these bills, whether they're higher or consistent or not. And what can we do to, as I call it, meet the moment and reach up and be able to create plans and create more affordability and commit collectively within that? What would you ask of me from my seat? What could we ask of the governor in his seat? And what can you do within your company? You have a lot more levers to pull than we do as far as really addressing this crisis of affordability. What might that be?
Yeah, so to start with the first part of your question in terms of what we are doing today, I talked earlier about our contributions to the community, and why that's important is we refreshed our strategy about a year ago to focus more on a category that we call customer needs. And more specifically, within the category of customer needs, we've committed to adding more funds. So we contribute annually $2.1 million, and those are shareholder dollars. But more specifically, some of the new partnerships that we're entering into are with a focus on affordable housing, food access. So if you're struggling to pay your electricity bill, most likely you're struggling in those other areas as well. And so we want to ensure that we're not just focused on, what's the ultimate solution for our area of expertise, but how can we help our community thrive? I talked about the United Way Winter Assistance Fund. This is a campaign that we've contributed more than $50,000 yearly, specifically specifically to the winter assistance. More broadly, we've been a large contributor of the United Way for decades, but specifically $50,000 a year as relates to the Winter Assistance Fund. I talked about power of change, and so historically, since 2018, when that fund became available, we have contributed a little more than $300,000. And so, Chairman Zay, to directly answer your call of what more can we do, that's the conversation that we've been having internally. And so what we announced today was the first time we have announced that externally, is that, with the $300,000 that we've committed since the inception, we are committing over the next 2 years, so $500,000 this year and $500,000 next year, an additional $1 million from AES Indiana to the power of change. And I want to be clear that we talked earlier about 1002, and we do have the new low income assistance program that is separate. That contribution is separate from any contribution that AES Indiana will be making to that fund.
Thank you for your answer. B. Gray, OUCC.
Thank you, Chairman. To follow up on that, I just have a question on the slide with the energy efficiency programs. I'd like an explanation as to how purchasing major appliances, which are paid for by all ratepayers, and put in apartments where that wouldn't directly benefit the resident, but benefit the landlords. Could you explain that a little bit?
Thank you for the question. So we have a multifamily direct install program. I believe that's what you're referring to. So we install a number of measures. I wouldn't say large appliances, but it's a benefit cost calculation. So the benefits outweigh the costs, and ultimately that lowers bills.
Lowers the bills for who?
So lowers the bills for participants. So for the vast majority of our multifamily renters, the bills are in their name.
Yeah, this said apartment units, and that's why I asked the question. There have been, may I?
Oh, absolutely.
There have been quite a few media reports about ongoing billing issues, and I'm not going to get into pending matters, but since recently, and we all know about the $14,000 bill that made the news, what actions are you currently taking to, I know what you've done in the past, but are there new things that you're doing to fine-tune the errors in the billing system?
Sorry, awkward angle here. Yes, absolutely. I think the foundational components of a billing system are pretty constantly iterative, meaning that it is designed to evolve, and we are adding new checks and important kind of checks and balances as we go forward with this transition. It does enable a lot of opportunity for customers as well to engage with them in new and different ways that we didn't necessarily have with a legacy system. But yes, to answer your question directly, new checks and balances are put into the system every day, and a refinement on those that we are currently using is undergoing constantly.
Would you consider you've gotten to the point where there are no more billing issues than the average of other utilities?
I don't know that I'm in a position to kind of comment on what other utilities experience here.
I could jump in there, Stephen, because I will tell you that our billing system is operating the way it's intended, and so no system is perfect. And I'm going to sit here and acknowledge that when we rolled out the billing system, there were significant issues, and that there were experiences that we didn't want our customers to have, and we've done everything that we can to make that right, and apologize to those customers directly that had those experiences. As it relates to Stephen's comments, whether it's the billing system, whether it's the investments that we make in the grid or poles and wires, we are working every single day to make improvements and to get better. And that will always be our commitment. I will say that we still and have since probably the beginning of 2025, we file monthly reports with the IURC that gives an update of where we are with the billing system. And for, I think, more than almost the last year, those reports have shown that our system is stabilized. And if anything happens, and this isn't related to the go live of the system, this is just daily maintenance of the system. If something happens, we are including that within the report, and those are accessible and available for the public to see.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to that, I had another question from someone who said, can you just assure Indiana ratepayers, since the rollout of the project was first in Indiana and then went to Ohio, I believe, that Indiana ratepayers have not paid for any of the rollout in Ohio?
Absolutely.
Thank you. More opportunity.
Yeah, we may have another opportunity. We're down to about 10 minutes. I have a few more questions here from my colleague, Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you may or may not be aware, our Consumer Affairs Division has received a large number of complaints since the first of the year statewide. It's not limited to one utility by any means. But a lot of the complaints anecdotally have focused on the customer not being able to reach a real person in a reasonable amount of time. I'd like some thoughts on what you guys are doing to try to address that. Also, as far as responsiveness to consumer affairs, when it raises a specific complaint, how are you doing in getting back to our staff when they have specific concerns that have been raised by a customer?
Thank you for the question. I'll address the first part in terms of customers who may be trying to reach our agents. And I will acknowledge that, and I think that it's also what brings us to this forum today, are the questions and concerns that many customers, not just within the AES Indiana service territory, but throughout the state have had around their bills. And so I thank you again and appreciate the opportunity to have this forum. We've seen some of the highest call volume to our contact center this year due to questions that customers have around their bills. And so we want to make sure that we're there for our customers. And these calls sometimes are a little more complex because they're truly trying to understand what is the makeup of the bill. And so I won't rehash all the things that I discussed in the presentation about those drivers. We've continued to work hard, I would say, within the last 2 months to give our agents all of the information, resources, and even more training on what are all of the things that are driving increases in bills so that they can get that information in front of customers as soon as possible. I will say, there has also been a call for, and many of those customers have called back, still not understanding, and maybe they've called for a meter investigation. One thing, or a meter inquiry, one thing that I didn't mention in the presentation that I want to mention now is that for those customers that have reached out to us, and to date, so far for this year, we've had nearly 3,000 checks on meters as requested by our customers, and have found that all of those meters are 100% operational. And so there have been no errors. However, we are going to answer the call of our customers when they ask and they have a request. We want to be as transparent as possible. And when there's continued questions, we're going to do everything that we can to demonstrate that our systems are working effectively. But I do believe that the heightened concern and comments around affordability have absolutely driven to higher call volume, longer calls, which equates to longer wait times. And we apologize for that, but we are very aware. As it relates to inquiries or concerns with a consumer counselor, and I know that we have a process internally. We continue to strengthen our process internally for a broader team to have visibility. I have a chart every day that I can see the amount of open cases that we have in front of this commission and the progress in ensuring that we are working to get those answers. The reality is, going back to the example I had of if a customer calls in and they've got concerns about their bills, we've got our initial initial steps that we're going to go through. And however, if they want us to go further and perform a look at their meter, that's going to take a little longer. And that doesn't represent all of the open cases, but that has represented a number within the front of this year, for the beginning of this year, which requires a little more time than some of the standard, I think, cases that you would normally get.
Briefly follow up, you mentioned 3,000 meter checks, give or take. Is that since the 1st of January this year?
Correct.
Where were you at this point, say a year or two ago? I mean, how many more, how more intense is that?
I don't have that number specifically, but I can tell you from talking to the metering team, it's higher than anything that we've ever seen.
Would you say twice as high, 3 times as high?
I don't want to mischaracterize it, but I can say it's absolutely higher. I can follow up with that specific number.
Building on that, we have to be very careful. As a former, I don't know, a small businessman myself, that's certainly my heritage. We have to be careful to create our efficiencies in customer service. And that may be a challenge, again, for the industry, as I've talked about education informing, and that's being available to constituents, to consumers when they call in. And appreciate the lead-in question. We've had problems here in contacting you from our Consumer Affairs Division, taking more than 14 days. I challenge them to respond to any complaint that we receive their complaint within 48 hours. They have a duty to follow up within 14 days, and a big part of that follow-up is contacting you. And we're not getting response from you in that time to ideally close all our cases within 30 days. And like you, our staff is sitting on hundreds and hundreds of open cases right now. In fact, working overtime and comp time on weekends to try and get those issues resolved. So we really need your collaboration and really the industry's collaboration in trying to be that to a head. And again, I think that falls back on all of us to not be, to be better informants and to be out and amongst public and have that face time. We have to be better stewards of the industry and make sure we're communicating in a convenient, regular basis. With that, Commissioner Valletta has another question or two.
Thank you.
We'll come back.
Can you provide some color on how affordability is considered at the planning table to discipline your cost management in both your operating and capital budget processes?
Yeah, I mean, it is, affordability is at the forefront. And so as I think about our budget process and planning process, it starts early. And so, we start having the conversations almost around now as I think about 2027 and looking 5 to 10 years out. And we challenge each other on what truly do we need to do now? How many resources do we need? Do we need to have a part of that? We do everything that we can internally, to challenge those requests, because we have an obligation to serve, but we also, and this goes back to Chairman Zay, I think your question and comment earlier about how do we balance those pillars. I absolutely want to acknowledge the importance of affordability and the impact that the monthly bill has on our customer. It is important. So as we are balancing those conversations around the investments so that we can ensure reliability and keep the lights on, we have to ensure that we are being stewards of the dollars that we have in front of us, and we never take that for granted.
In general, would a lower return expectation serve to sharpen your pencils when you're setting your capital spending plans?
As it relates to a lower return, I think it's also important to understand what it means to have a healthy business and what that means for the bottom line for our customers. And so what I mean is, having an appropriate return allows us to make the appropriate investments as a company so that we can reliably serve. And so, I think it's important that we are not asking for more than what we need, but I do think it's absolutely important to have a healthy business to operate. And that doesn't just go for our industry. I think it goes for any business.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 3 more questions. My colleagues here to the left, and then we're going to finish with the Office of OUCC. So Commissioner Doug, please.
Very quick question, if you can answer it very quickly. The chairman and I were former legislators over the State House, and we know the presence of lobbying in the halls of the State House. What is your lobbying budget for a year?
I don't have the direct lobbying budget, but what I can say is in setting rates, lobbying is excluded from the revenue requirement in which we build rates on. There are rules around that, and anything that group of, I believe, 2 people are excluded from O&M when setting base rates for customers. So lobbying is excluded from our customers' rates.
I understand that, but do you have any idea what it might be the last several years?
I don't have that number right now, but
can
I
get
can follow up. I apologize for not having that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ziegler.
I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the call center stuff. What number of call center agents you have, is that increased? Has it decreased over the years?
Yeah, it has increased. And so today, for AES Indiana, within our customer operations team, we have around 240 individuals. In September of last year, we increased the amount of agents. I believe we added around 30 agents. And this is timely, because just within the last week, I approved a new staffing plan that increases not just agents within our call center agents, the back office, and then specifically to Chairman Zay's comment around our obligation to get back in a timely way with any customer complaints. We are also adding resources to the team that works directly with the Consumer Affairs Division. So those numbers have absolutely increased.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Abby Gray.
Just as a follow-up on Commissioner Valletta's questions on the TDSIC, I believe there needs to be, and I don't want to sacrifice reliability for affordability, but I think with the over $10 billion that, over the statewide being part of the plans, I do believe that there is a incentive to call projects reliability, needed for reliability purposes, because we all know that as you grow your rate base, you increase your profit. I would like, more examination into, are these projects really necessary at this time? Can they wait? There comes a point with the more ratepayers spend, the more reliable the system should be. And I would think there would be some things that maybe could be postponed or looked at more carefully without sacrificing important reliability. And I do think, too, another thing that should be looked at with regard to TDSIC plan cases and trackers are you're allowed to recover if you go over on projects, which, most folks who get estimates from contractors, it's a price, and you don't get to come in and ask for more if you experience price increases. But on top of that, the utilities are adding contingency fees. I'm seeing contingency fees from 10 to 20 to 30%. And that goes on top of the actual cost of the projects. And then the 25%, if it goes over 25% and you have to come in and justify that overage, then that takes it even higher than actually that amount. So those are the types of things that I'd like, I would ask you to look at as far as, in the TDSIC plans, and as Commissioner Valletta said, sharpen the pencil a little bit.
Councilor Gray, I appreciate those comments, and I can tell you that these are conversations that we are having internally, and it goes back to the broader theme of, what are the things that are within our control, and a lot of, there are trade-offs that can be made, and we understand the impacts of many of these investments. And so with our knowledge and background and understanding of our system, we have to decide what is needed and necessary right now, and these conversations will continue.
Thank you. And even if you find a project, let us know, and let the public know, communication, that yeah, we found something that will help with the affordability measure, and we'll postpone this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And building on those comments, thank you very much, Councilor Gray. You know, you said earlier you were asked to prioritize the 5 pillars, and how can we do that? That's very difficult. So treating them all equally. The question comes to me as I was preparing mentally for today, have we swung the pendulum too far in affordability? Because you can chase affordability all day long, and you're still going to have a tornado come through and wipe out 100 poles, and there's nothing you can do really to prevent that. But have we gone so far in some of that preparation that we are compromising affordability and keeping it on that wavelength? And I don't need a response. It's just kind of a comment that I think collectively we all need to look at and look for, because you can spend a lot of money preparing for the worst and still not be able to affect that. But thank you all very much for your time. Before we close out, I would like to acknowledge some guests I should have done from the outset. Representative Pressel, Representative Abbott, Representative Pryor, Representative King. They all serve us over in the State House. I appreciate you guys making the investment to be here today and be partners and legislatively and giving us the tools we need to try and be better regulators and be partners with the industry as well. So with that, we'll take 5 minutes now to allow the AES team to leave the room and bring in our next group.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. Which is Duke, right? Yes. Just to mix up a little bit, we'll start with you this time, all right? Got a good question. Got a good question ready for Duke. We're just going to start down here this time. Sure. With him and come this way. Just mix it up a little bit. Good job, guys. Good question. Thank you. I guess we critique ourselves later, but it sounded like we got into it a little bit. Covered some good staff questions. I love your question and getting to the heart of it. I almost defined RTO because the public has no idea what we're talking about when we say RTO. I said regional grid operator when I wrote the question out because no one's going to know. Right. Just comment to that. Good questions. Good dialogue. I think it's going pretty well. I just commented good questions. Good dialogue. So, like I've done it, you feel something, somebody brings a question out here and you got a follow-up, jump in. Get my attention. I want it to be. Yeah, well, I want him asking a question. You ask a variation of that 10 minutes later. If we're on the topic, let's go ahead and drive it down without being too chaotic. If you're leaving the room, please go ahead and leave. Otherwise, please begin to get situated. We're going to take a brief break to try and stay on schedule, which we won't, but we'll try. We'll start at 11:10, about 3 minutes. Do you guys need an hour for lunch? 45 minutes, all right? Make up the gap then so we can start back again. 15? All right. We'll take this time out of our lunch. About 10 minutes behind. That way we'll continue to start at 1 then. Sure. Welcome, Duke Energy. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's investigative inquiry on energy affordability that is taking place on March 24th in the IURC Judicial Courtroom, 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street. That's a mouthful. In Indianapolis. This meeting is an opportunity for the Commission and OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. Public comments will not be accepted during today's meeting. The meeting is being recorded and live streamed via the Commission's YouTube channel, and the agenda, along with the presentations for today, are available on the Commission's website. We are now joined by representatives from Duke Energy, Indiana, who will give about a 15 to 20-minute presentation, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answer by the Commission and the OUCC. Thank you for joining us today. Please begin by introducing yourselves, and then you may commence with your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Councilor Gray, morning. I'm Stan Pinniger. I'm the president of Duke Energy Indiana. With me today, Justin Colley, who leads our customer offerings and products division, Aaron Schneider, who's our lead economic development director here in Indiana, and Justin Soufan, who's our vice president of rates and regulatory strategy. We appreciate the opportunity to be.
Is your mic on?
So. Pull it closer. I've heard that a few times in this room. Thank you. We're happy to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to work together with you all with respect to utility affordability, transparency, and accountability for Hoosier families. We'll just jump right into it with the next slide that provides a bit of an overview of our Duke Energy utility. As Indiana's largest electric supplier, Duke Energy Indiana has the privilege of serving over 928,000 customers in portions of 69 of Indiana's 92 counties. The footprint includes large cities, small towns, and rural communities. Communities with very different economies, incomes, and cultures. When I first stepped into this role over 7 years ago, I visited each of the counties that we have the privilege of serving. I visited with customers as well as community leaders in each of those counties. I've continued meeting with hundreds of customers and community leaders on an annual basis, and without hesitation, I would say this is the most important role that I have as the president of Duke Energy Indiana. It won't surprise you to hear that I've never met anyone who said they would like a higher electric bill. But what I've clearly learned from these visits, though, is that customers want reliable and consistent service, both from our grid and our generation facilities. They expect their lights to turn on when they flip the switch, and when that doesn't happen, they expect a prompt restoration with multiple communications and transparency up until and even after power is restored. They also want predictable bills, clear information about what they're being charged, and someone trustworthy to turn to if they need assistance or information. They also want to know that we are doing our part to keep bills as low as possible. They're asking some of the same questions this commission is asking of us today. Turning to slide 3, like our customers, your questions were thoughtful and robust. As I reviewed them, it became clear that at the heart of all the questions are 3 fundamental principles that guide every decision we make at Duke Energy Indiana. How are we keeping costs as low as possible? How are we educating and empowering our customers to save? And how are we planning for growth responsibly? All of this while providing the reliability of service and effective communications I spoke of earlier that our customers expect and deserve. Everything you see throughout this presentation ties back to those themes. We continuously keep an eye on our rate competitiveness. The chart depicted on slide 4 is based on the IURC's annual July 1st bill survey from 2025. We use it here because July 2025 is the most recent comparative data that's available. Our residential customers had the lowest bill among the state's major utilities for a customer who uses 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, 12% below neighboring states, 16% below the U.S. average. It also illustrates that between 2016 and 2025, our rates grew at a slower rate than the electricity consumer price index. Also noted on the right-hand portion of the slide is what an actual Duke Energy residential bill averaged through 2025. reflecting fluctuations and bill riders. It was $149 a month based on actual average monthly usage of 991 kilowatt hours. Duke Energy is a low-cost energy provider delivering value to our customers. Turning to the next slide, the most immediate driver of customer's bill is how much power a customer uses. The chart on slide 5, I think, effectively depicts the impact of usage on a customer's bill. And in particular, I want to highlight a notable observation between November and December of 2025. During that period of time, the average residential usage increased approximately 45%, which resulted in a 33% increase in average residential bills. Our rates did not change during that period of time. The entire increase was driven by higher customer usage during a time when there were periods of extreme cold. This is why customer communications is critical. We regularly provide usage reminders and associated efficiency tips in times of extreme hot and cold temperatures. We also send 600,000 mid-month usage and bill alerts advising residential customers early on in the billing cycle how their bill is currently situated, as well as a projected monthly bill. These alerts are impactful and appreciated by customers because they provide those customers time to make desired usage adjustments before the bill arrives. We also provide 400,000 home energy reports to residential customers every month, providing helpful comparative usage data. Our new Out of Norm Alert product helps diagnose energy spikes and possible problems with systems within a home before it becomes an ongoing issue. These tools help customers understand before the bill arrives how usage is trending and how it affects costs. Duke Energy Indiana's emphasis on affordability includes helping customers manage usage because that's the most direct link to their monthly bill. Turning to slide 6, our rates are shaped by the cost of operating and maintaining our system by long-term investments needed for a reliable grid and our generation assets. This slide depicts Duke Energy Indiana's major cost drivers over the last decade, which include power generation reliability work, environmental compliance, electric grid investments, building for new customers, outage restoration, and updated technology systems. These flow into customers' bills through rates. We'll turn to slide 7. You've asked about near and longer-term steps we can take to alleviate costs. I'll provide today our commitments and updates on our cost containment plan. First, while our Indiana power plants performed very well this winter, there were periods of extreme cold that we just discussed, and fuel and power purchase costs were higher. Normally, the regulatory schedule is such that those costs would be passed along to customers in the third quarter, but we'll be proposing to stretch recovery over 6 months rather than the normal 3, which will reduce the monthly residential bill impact by over $4 monthly between July and September. We're also reviewing the projected retirement dates of our Gibson coal units. When last evaluated in our 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, those units were slated for retirement no later than 2032 due to federal regulations and would be replaced predominantly with new natural gas units, investments which would have needed to begin very soon. With changes to those federal regulations underway, we're reevaluating the extended lifespan of those units beyond 2032, which will be a significant cost savings to our customers. As we undertake generation planning, we also balance it with power purchases, not just new utility-owned construction. Today, for instance, we have the largest solar power purchase agreement in the Duke Energy enterprise, purchasing up to 200 megawatts from a new solar facility in Shelby County. We also have power purchase agreements in place for battery storage and wind power. We've used competitive bidding strategies that generate 10 to 30% cost savings in our grid modernization program, doing more for less and enabling 1,000 additional pole replacements within the same budget. We're currently constructing an important project now, the Cayuga Energy Complex in Vermilion County. It'll provide nearly 1,500 megawatts of natural gas combined cycle generation. The Cayuga project will add needed additional megawatts to the Indiana power grid and bring highly efficient natural gas diversity to our predominantly coal-fired system. We're using construction work in progress rate making, which will save customers approximately $900 million in financing costs over the life of the plant. As part of that Cayuga work, we have an agreement with Reliable Energy, Inc., which represents some of our state's major coal suppliers, to conduct a feasibility study and pursue a potential sale of the existing coal-fired power generation units at Cayuga. We're pleased to have this agreement with Reliable Energy, and it's aligned with Governor Braun's executive order that there be careful consideration before retiring major power generation units. Turning to slide 8 and continuing this discussion, notably, despite inflationary pressures on materials, equipment, and labor, we've held our non-fuel operating expenses flat since 2020, a key indicator of the financial discipline we have instilled throughout our Indiana operations. As you can see on the right-hand portion of the slide, costs have increased significantly for materials we use since 2020. That's why it's been important to leverage Duke Energy's size and purchasing scale to get the best possible price for components we deploy every day on behalf of our customers. The state legislature obviously has taken a leadership role on affordability, and one of the outcomes of the recent legislation are multi-year rate plans with more gradual, consistent rate changes over time and important performance incentive mechanisms focused on both affordability and reliability, top issues I know are valued by our customers. These changes modernize Indiana's regulatory framework and certainly increase transparency and accountability. These steps are meaningful, near and longer-term actions that help reduce costs for customers. Turning to slide 9, in addition to what we can do to manage costs, we're empowering our customers by giving them options. Last year, the Commission approved our proposal for time of use rates, which we are marketing as Smart Usage Option. This is a voluntary program where customers can lower their cost by shifting daily habits for common household chores. By consuming energy in off-peak or discount hours on a day a customer enrolled in the program will save money. You can see from the illustration here on the slide, depicted on the slide, how it works. We have a host of other options, including energy efficiency programs such as home energy house calls and neighborhood energy saver, which are very popular with our customers. A full depiction of those offerings are provided on page 17 of the appendix. Turning to slide 10, we know that we serve customers of varying income levels and that affordability pressures are real. We have numerous support programs, including our longstanding Share the Light financial assistance. Our 5-year history of shareholder, customer, and employee contributions are provided. Over the past 2 years, I'm pleased to say we've conducted over 60 community-based events where we show up not only for volunteer and financial support for our vulnerable customers, but with a priority of including customer service specialists to meet one-on-one with customers to share and engage personally on energy efficiency opportunities, payment options, and bill assistance. We're continuing these events into 2026, and on page 16 of the appendix, we provide a long list of customer offerings that we provide. Recently passed in House Enrolled Act 1002 also means that our financial bill assistance will be expanding to an estimated $2.8 million annually. The new legislation also provides for levelized billing for LIHEAP customers. Importantly, we've determined that if a participating customer has an outstanding balance after the 11th month of that levelized billing cycle, we will spread the balance over the next 12 months instead of requiring a true-up payment as part of the final month's bill. The true-up payment is a major point of frustration for LIHEAP customers, and we are responding. Turning to slide 11, as I mentioned earlier, customers want to understand what they're paying for. The fully detailed bill, one that includes all charges, riders, and taxes, is the default billing option for our customers. Customers retain the ability to opt in to receiving a more condensed bill if they prefer, but currently 77% of our residential customers receive a fully detailed bill. As a result of both the legislature's and this commission's focus on bill transparency, on our website, we have updated the explanation of all portions of the residential customer's bill. You can view that at the website provided on the slide. It breaks down and explains each line of a bill, including riders. We'll soon be adding a short-form video explaining how to read and understand a bill. And you have our full commitment to utilize every tool in the toolbox to drive customers to this helpful, transparent information. Together with mid-month usage and cost alerts and our smart usage option, these tools significantly increase bill transparency, predictability, and control. Talk about growth on slide 12. Growth has always benefited all customers by spreading fixed costs over a wider group. While we've long had power customers attracted, large industrial power customers attracted to our service area, what is different now is the number and speed in which we are seeing them. That's why we, like other utilities, are taking steps to ensure these customers pay their fair share of interconnection costs, enter minimum bill and long-term contract structures, and bear all exit risks. Properly structured growth puts downward pressure on rates, not upward. In Indiana, smart growth is a competitive advantage, not a risk. I'll close today by saying that we recognize that for customers, affordability is not theoretical, it's personal. When a customer opens their bill, they're not thinking about policy or perhaps even the temperatures encountered over the last month. They're thinking about their household budgets. We respect that and take seriously our obligation to keep bills as affordable, transparent, and predictable as we can. We'll maintain a focus on communicating often through multiple channels with our customers while delivering the reliability and service they count on. Thank you for the opportunity, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, President Pinniger. We're going to start at this end this time with Commissioner Ziegner.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I wanted to follow up on, you talked about your projected load growth. How's that affecting your capital spending plans?
Well, our capital plan has been fairly consistent over the last 4 years, and with that Cayuga project, Commissioner Ziegner, that I mentioned, we will see a bump in our capital plan over the next couple of 3 years in order to put that plant together and put it in service as it's scheduled in 2029 and 2030. So there is more capital in the plan, predominantly associated with the Cayuga Energy Complex.
Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you. Mr. Pinniger, a quick question about slide 9 where you talked about time of use rates. And I agree that they can benefit some customers if the customer knows what they're getting into. But it could have the reverse effect if a customer doesn't do their homework. So I guess the question I have is, what are you guys doing to educate the consumers and put safeguards in place so that they really know that they're making the right move if they go to TOU?
It's a great question. I appreciate it. And you hit the nail on the head, Commissioner Swinger, with respect to an education component is necessary for this offering. And that's what we're focused on. You know, the numbers aren't mammoth at this point here sitting in March. And I think that is part of really the answer to your question. We are busy educating our customers. We want to get it in front of them, like today and otherwise, and make sure they know it's an option. But our goal is for those customers, obviously, to fully understand the mechanics of the program. It is a change in lifestyle to some degree, would be for me anyway. So the objective is to ensure that these customers know what they're enrolling in and explain the sort of information that is depicted on the slide and the possible cost savings that they can encounter if they are using off-peak or discount times of the day. So we don't take that lightly. It's a major part of driving customers to consider this option.
And building on that a little bit, I asked some of these questions the first session with AES, but we've lost, as an industry, I think we've lost a little trust with the ratepayer, with our consumers. And I say we, I think it's a collective we. I think it's our friends in the legislatures, it's yourself as providers, it's us as regulators, just the industry in a whole. You talked about a few things that you're doing now to communicate. And I think when I go home to my hometown, where we've been recently in much of Indiana, you know, we long for the day of the storefront where we went downtown and paid our electric bill, and if we had a question, there was somebody there to answer it. That storefront's become a website now. It's become an attempt to get to the counties that you serve. Reflect a little bit, remind me again, I mean, it was in your slides, what you're doing now, what you might commit to going forward, and what's the best way, I mean, because we are going through a dynamic time. It's not where we were 10 or 20 years ago. How can we communicate with Hoosiers, with consumers throughout our state, to inform them of what a large load customer is, what kind of demand transitions we're going through, what some of these acronyms we throw around in this room and as we casually get together use that they simply don't understand. And I'm not sure we've done ourselves a service as an industry and extra outreach.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the question, and I started off intentionally by, I wanted to remind you all and the public of the engagement that I've undertaken personally in our 69 counties, but it's not just me. We're fortunate to have 9 community managers around our 69 counties that are really our feet on the ground, not only with elected officials, but with customers. We encourage customers to reach out to one of our 9 community managers if they've got a problem with service, with a bill, with anything associated with our utility. So we have those folks on the ground. They're very effective at what they do, and I'm proud of their work. And you raise a great question. What we do is, it's not logical, right? It's not intuitive in how we do it. And I think that burden is on us to better explain to our customers, not only, you know, as I mentioned, what are the components of a bill? That's table stakes, right? And we're addressing that. But also, it's imperative on us to talk about the value proposition associated with that bill. I think, you know, I had a slide that talked about the increased cost in all of the components we use every day. Every single day, we're putting one of those components somewhere. And we have to, and we're working very hard at this throughout our external facing family at Duke Energy Indiana. We're working at better explaining in nuts and bolts terms how we are deploying that infrastructure at the least cost possible to serve our customers reliably, not only from the grid standpoint, which they're most concerned, but also at our generation stations. It's an investment, but it's an investment in reliability. And so as I look at this, it's incumbent on us to tell a better story that's simpler, that is more intuitive, frankly, for our customers and all of our communities.
Thank you. Commissioner Dye?
Thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Pinniger, I don't think you were there at the time, but nearly 20 years ago, I asked for a full investigation of the cost overruns at the Duke Edwardsport plant, the coal gasification plant. The question for you is, what did Duke Energy learn from that, and what is the status of that plant right now?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't at Duke Energy at the time, but I did know you in the state Senate back then. So many lessons learned. Obviously, from an ethical standpoint, from a cost planning standpoint, and you know, just execution of a major project. And we know that Duke is better than that, and we are. Not only because of that experience, but because I have faith in our team and our judgment. And, you know, it was a tough time for the utility. It was a tough time for the industry, frankly, back then. So the process played out in this courtroom and in others. And, you know, I always believed, and again, I wasn't part of the utility at that point in time, but I always believed that the Edwardsport plant would prove to be quite beneficial to our customers, and it has proven just that. As you are aware, the plant can operate either on a synthetic gas produced by coal or natural gas. And we have used that dual fuel capability effectively at the Edwardsport plant in times when coal may not be available and gas is, when gas is cheaper, perhaps, than running the coal through the process and utilizing the synthetic gas. So the flexibility that that plant has provided our customers over time has been beneficial. And in this era where federal regulations have been perhaps going back and forth in different ways, the Edwardsport scenario provides flexibility in that regard too. If the federal regulations change one way, we're able to adapt there much easier than we are at our other generating facilities. And so I don't know if that will continue into the future or not, but we just experienced that as I discussed in my comments. So a great team there that knows the plant. It's not a typical plant. It takes expertise to run that facility, and we have it. And so I'm very proud of the performance and the flexibility that it provides our customers.
Just a quick follow-up. What's the mix right now between coal and gas there at the facility? Do you know?
It is still a predominantly synthetic gas-fired facility, but in certain times, particularly in the winter, or summer, peak times when gas or coal, we've had such scenarios where coal was not readily available, particularly coming out of the pandemic. And so that flexibility to shift back and forth between fuels has been valuable, but I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, but predominantly coal and synthetic gas fired there at Edwardsport.
Okay, thank you.
You talked about regulation a little bit. I'd like to kind of ask follow-up on that. A regulation question coming from a regulator. This is quite a moment. What's the impact? I mean, the versatility that you shared with Edwardsport and federal regulation, how does that play into your rate structure? And how does our work even play into your rate structure? What percentage of either, if you can break that out, would you say trickles down to the ratepayer?
Well, the predominant area for us would be certainly federal environmental regulations, and maybe Justin has a sense of that breakdown that you asked about. I can't think necessarily, Mr. Chairman, of another area that that regulation has necessarily impacted our cost structure dramatically, other than the federal environmental requirements that we spoke about. Do you have a thought on percentage of a bill that may be attributable to regulation requirements?
I don't have a direct percentage of a bill that's attributable to regulations. I will say, if you look at a lot of the net plant growth, the CapEx that was spent in the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of it was driven, especially on the generation side, as a result of federal regulations, whether that was adding new infrastructure to our existing coal facilities, or because the regulations made those facilities, maybe not as in the money, it's created costs elsewhere. Now we're seeing a lot of the CapEx growth driven by growth and also by an aging fleet. So we've seen a transition from, a lot of money spent on complying with environmental regulations to now, frankly, a more exciting phase where we're investing in growth and a transition of, an older fleet.
And again, I think that's a very informative thing that us as an industry needs to be more eloquent about and more intentional about sharing with more Hoosiers. Commissioner Valletta.
Thank you. So my first question is on transmission, and just to level set here for people that don't speak the lingo, MISO and PJM are the two regional grid operators in Indiana. MISO covers most of the state. PJM covers Indiana, Michigan's territory. So Duke Energy Indiana participates in MISO's planning processes. And so you're at the table when regional transmission projects are proposed and evaluated. How are you advancing ratepayer affordability at the RTO level?
Yeah. Well, I'll start and hand it to Justin, but there's no doubt. I appreciate MISO and what it does. We have instances. Our peers have instances where things break, right? And we can all be somewhat frustrated at different points in time with MISO and their processes, but I have come to appreciate the fact that we have a bit of an insurance policy with respect to our regional peers in not only generating power, but also delivering power. You know, when I took the role, I didn't realize, you know, I should have, but, you know, things do break, and sometimes they break at unfortunate times. And so storms can impact that. And so to have the MISO backbone to rely upon and also share in when our peers are having issues, I think is hugely valuable. We are at the table. I think we benefit from the fact that most of those meetings are here in central Indiana. And so we're very engaged, and I'll turn to Justin to talk more about how we are addressing cost impacts from MISO.
Sure, I think that's well said, Stan, and thanks for the question, Commissioner. I will say, you know, we monitor this at a state level, at a regional level, and at a federal level. So here in Indiana, we have boots on the ground, very active in the MISO process. We also participate in the MISO Transmission Owners Committee, where typically we are aligned with common interests of other vertically integrated electric utilities, not only in the state, but in the region. Federally, we have employees and resources in DC that are very actively monitoring what's happening at the FERC. So, you know, this is an era in the MISO system where there is a lot of growth. You know, there are a lot of new projects that are being announced. We take some comfort in that these projects must, you know, pass cost-benefit tests. I think in MISO's latest estimates, with their latest tranche 2.1, they're valuing those benefits between 1.8 and 3.5. So there's a clear need for these investments. There's benefits, but that doesn't mean that we take our eye off of, you know, what kind of impact is having on our bills, and what can we do to make sure that our customers are protected.
So kind of to follow up on that, so that was a question about like regional transmission planning. These local or supplemental projects that the utilities do on their own that get kind of layered into the MISO process, how do you determine that the most cost-effective option is being used for those?
We have a robust asset management discipline within Duke Energy. We go through a system called Copperleaf, where we evaluate the projects based on criteria and metrics that are set by disciplined asset management professionals. So there's no shortage for capital opportunities and sort of this growth transition phase, but basically everything comes down to the cost benefit and making sure that the costs are assigned to those who cause them to be incurred.
Okay. My next question, I don't know if you heard the AES testimony, but some states are conducting comprehensive reviews of their cost trackers, testing each tracker against its original justification, measuring cumulative bill impact, and identifying trackers that could be consolidated or done away with. So would you support a similar comprehensive review of trackers in Indiana?
Sure. I think those types of programs should always be reviewed for their effectiveness, their efficiencies, their costs. I would submit that, at least I've noticed in the legislative process, that they, to some degree, have been evaluated. You know, many of these are statutory, not all, but many. And many of these trackers come up inside that debate. TDISC has been particularly an item that has garnered legislative debate and interest. So certainly nothing we would oppose with respect to an ongoing review of the trackers, their value, their efficiencies, and ultimately cost to customers.
Thank you. I have one more question. So DEI slide 6 shows investment uptick, especially distribution and to a lesser degree transmission. Slide 8 seems to speak to affordability steps, but it focuses on how O&M expenses are being contained.
Yeah.
Can you provide some explanation on how affordability is considered at the planning table to discipline your cost management and both your operating and capital budget processes?
Well, I'll start with TDISC, if that's all right. From the very beginning of the TDISC plan.
Do you define that in case there's other people that are TDISC?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're going to make me define the acronym. Transmission
I thought your
distribution.
experience might be a little better than mine.
Transmission, distribution, storage, investment, improvement charge, which essentially means the dollars that we invest in maintaining and upgrading our grid to provide better reliability for our customers. And we have finished our first 7-year plan. We're in the midst of our second plan. And I will note that I thought this might come up. So we wanted to provide a slide that shows a couple different ways, reliability improvements that have been made in large part by TDISC investments, both the number of outages, the length of outages, and certainly outages avoided through technology that have been deployed in those programs. So, Commissioner, answering your question, I would say that, particularly with TDISC, we've been very disciplined. You know, the statute contains a cap that allows TDISC investment up to 2% increase in a bill on an annual basis. And I think a clear indicator of our discipline has been over the life of our 10 years in TDISC. 10 years in TDISC, the average increase in our bill over that period of time has been just a tad over 0.7%. So the reliability improvements that we show in the appendix and that we know our customers are appreciating has impacted our bill over that 10 years by 0.7%. And we've done it with a very disciplined approach that Justin just spoke about a moment ago. We're identifying opportunities on our grid to upgrade and receive the biggest impact for the least amount of money. And it's been successful, I would submit. In other areas, we highlighted our ability to keep our operating expenses flat since 2020. I think that is another indicator of discipline within our operating utilities. On our on our generating facilities, we noted, and you'll see this in the appendix with respect to our forced outage rate when our plants are out of service and not in a maintenance outage scenario, but out of service because something broke. Tremendous improvement in lowering the amount of time that our plants are not in service, and that was due to an investment in those reliability, in the reliability of those plants over a 3 or 4 year period of time. Those dollars have been well spent. And so, utilities are pretty good at deploying dollars where they can have the biggest impact, whether it be at our generating facilities or on our grid. We know where those more valuable dollars should be and can be spent in order to provide better reliability in both the grid and at our generating facilities.
Can you look at your slide 7? So on slide 7, it says TDISC efficiencies, 10 to 30% cost savings through competitive bidding strategy, but then you did $1,000 in additional pole replacements rather than cutting the budget. Can you explain why you didn't just cut the budget?
Well, we could have done that, but those poles needed replaced. It's not like we were just looking around for the next investment. The poles, in fact, pole replacement's a big part of TDISC just because of the resiliency and stability of older poles, the transition from wood poles to steel poles, particularly in the transmission space, provides better stability and resiliency in storms in particular. And so the decision was made to use those cost savings to continue the reliability path that we have been on.
Should TDISC have a higher benefit threshold to kind of force you to sharpen your pencil?
Justin, you want to answer that question? I think he touched upon it earlier with respect to the cost-benefit analysis that is undertaken.
I would say that, the cost-benefit test as it relates to TDISC investments, is pretty robust. It's highly scrutinized during the regulatory proceedings in which TDISC plans are presented to the Commission and to our stakeholders. I would say, in fact, when you think about the balance of our capital investments, the prudence involved with the cost estimates associated with the TDISC program is perhaps even more robust than the balance of base CapEx. So I think I appreciate the question. I think that there is a lot of work that goes into preparing very good high-level cost estimates that ensure that the investments provide benefits to customers.
Okay, we're going to move on. Abby, you're up.
Thank you. Just as a quick follow-up on that slide with the TDISC efficiencies, savings through competitive bidding, should that be a requirement for everyone to have to do competitive bidding on TDISC projects?
Well, it worked for us and has worked for us. You have a select number of contractors that you want to work with, that you have confidence to do the work. But within the framework of using those contractors that we feel comfortable, working on our system, it's worked from the standpoint of getting those projects done in a cheaper fashion.
Thank you. I come from a viewpoint that I believe ratepayers are owed more from the regulatory compact. However, that said, I do want to compliment you on the bill transparency, the detailed bills being the default, and the usage alerts, which I happen to have received over the past over 10 years, and that you took that on before a crisis arose. So I compliment you on that.
Thank you, Counselor.
That said,
Yes.
just a couple things about the 1002 and whether you call it performance-based rate making or multi-year plans. I'd like to know what you see, how you see that working together with the TDISC statute. When I did my research on performance-based rate making, I saw quite a few arguments saying you don't need both, and now we have both.
Yeah, it's a good question. We are, as you know, we're in the midst of our second plan, which would likely end when we're nearing the end of our first multi-year plan. And so I agree with you. I think careful consideration will be given to continuing with TDISC. I know collectively it's a lot of work, can be a burden, and instead rolled into the multi-year plan. So I think we've not gotten that far, Counselor, with respect to our analysis, but it would seem to make sense that if the same objective, presumably of TDISC and the multi-year plans, coincide, that you roll them in. But we will be evaluating that, and we'll be certainly collaborating with you and your team.
Go ahead. It'll probably be your last opportunity. We're down to about 5-10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Just real quick, on 1002 as well, how many customers will be switched to the new levelized billing requirement?
Jacob knows that figure.
We're anticipating that to be around 24,000 that would be eligible for the opt-out process. So time will tell what happens around the end of June, but initially we expect that to be in the 25,000 that will receive the opt-out opportunity.
Will you be tracking metrics on the new levelized billing requirements?
I believe 1002 has some required metrics that will need to be tracked, but there could be operational metrics that need to be looked at internally to determine how the program's performing, but we're still in the early phases of anything beyond what 1002 would require.
Would you be willing to come and meet with the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor on those metrics?
Absolutely, Counselor.
Thank you. Will the multi-year rate plans provide rate stability for Duke? And in turn, does that lower the financial risk on Duke?
I think that we have multi-year plans in the enterprise. We have some experience with these in Florida and North Carolina. And I think, Counselor, what we have seen in those states has been, and you know this, you've been through enough of these proceedings, that instead of a rate case that's filed randomly with a lot built up behind that case, the prediction here is that we're going to see more gradual increases over time rather than the typical rate case where the term rate shock is used as you come out of a rate case and you've built up investments, programs, and the like that have to be put into a case. So over that 3-year period of time, we fully expect more gradual increases based on our investments to be the norm. I don't know if there's less risk necessarily. It seems to me that the risk that we're accustomed to is similar to a full-blown rate case. We still have to execute. We will still have regulatory lag on projects that we'll encounter over the 3-year period of time. You know, we will still have the scrutiny of the commission, certainly, to opine on specific projects that we put into the case, whether they're prudent projects, beneficial to customers or not. So it seems like the process itself, despite a new statute and a new platform, will be similar to a rate case, but obviously with the ability to spread those costs more gradually over three years, I think it's going to make a difference. Thank you.
I have a question for you. A lot of the talk is surrounded TDSA capital construction. So beyond your capital construction plan, which makes up a lot of the rates and the rate conversation, what is your utilities operational efficiency metrics, and how much does that play into operational programs that save the average Indiana family? And can you quantify that in
Operational
any way?
metrics. Well, I've honed in on the O&M, flatlining of O&M. Do you have a sense of operational metrics we could point to? Mr. Chairman, are you thinking about people in particular or efficiencies of work?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on us as a commission.
Absolutely,
I don't know whether
yeah.
we're operating efficiently or we're just getting narrow because of attrition, but we're down 12 people now. There's a lot of pressure on us. There's a lot of pressure on households. These are the kind of concerns and questions we have. We're talking about a lot of capital concerns when we talk about rates. We're building out transmission, building out that. But people want to know internally, what are utilities doing to operate more efficiently? And is there is there waste? Is there inefficiencies there? And what metrics are you using? Yeah. As well as I would expand that to the comments earlier. How can we better, even as a pair, hold our regional transmission organizations accountable? Are they bought into this affordability conversation right now as well? There's pressure on all of us as an industry, as I've said, to lower rates, to affect rates and keep them in check. And I think these are operational and fair questions that we all need to account for.
Yeah. Well, actually, that operation and maintenance flatlining since 2020 really is a pretty good indicator, I think, of what you're asking for. That can't be achieved unless you are seeking out. I mean, you have labor increases, you have other O&M associated increases every year that you can't necessarily control. And so to keep that at a flat level over 6 years, we're doing, I think, what you're asking. There are folks who are retiring that we're not replacing. And so there are efficiencies at the operations centers that we're finding that's helping levelize that O&M spend. We're using contractors more effectively as well. That's been indicated in the deck. And so finding those labor and other operations components where dollars can be saved is the only way that you can keep an O&M level flat for 6 years. you have something to add?
No, I think you've touched on the primary points. I mean, we have detailed O&M plans that we hold our management accountable to meeting. You know, we're continuously evaluating whether we should be adding additional headcount or going with contractors depending on the size, scale, and length of the projects. As Dan mentioned, you know, what we continue to highlight is our O&M containment and keeping it flat. Also, I would add that, you know, when you're in a growth cycle and you're adding additional capital expenditures over time, that should bring O&M or down a little bit or perhaps make it more steady.
And I will give the caveat, I asked that question with the same concerns that we face and actually the same challenges we face within the commission. And that is we have to be careful not to get too efficient with our customer service fees, so our customer-facing people, and that we all might collectively need to do a better job of making investment in that to be more responsive. But thank you for answering that question. I did misjudge time. We do have 10 more minutes, so commissioners, is anyone up? Commissioner Dyke?
I'm asking this question of all the utilities. Your lobbying budget, do you know what your lobbying budget was for this year in Indiana?
Didn't hear that question earlier. I don't know it off the top of my head, Commissioner. We have 2 full-time lobbyists. I'm registered as well, very minimal part of my time, I think less than 1%. But those 2 are, they do things other than lobbying, as you're aware. A portion of their time is allocated to actual lobbying. We report that to the Lobby Commission on semi-annual basis. I think their time spent lobbying is perhaps around, for the years, 15 to 20%. They do other things when they're not engaged at the State House. I don't have that figure off the top of my head. I don't know if you have followed that particular line item or not.
I think it's around $350,000 is probably what we have reported.
And that would be, that wouldn't just be our internal folks, I can tell you that. That would be outside help as well. That would be part of that, that budget.
I would just also add, just for the avoidance of doubt, that is not included in, you know, retail rate making. So
Sure.
Those are below the line.
Thank you.
We're in a long-term visionary world. We're planning out 10, 20, 30 years, and even now we're trying to meet demand in a 3 to 5 year cycle. The lack of trust I mentioned earlier, and I've mentioned with the first group, is ever present amongst the people we serve. You shared a slide, if you could review that a little bit, what your commitment is to the short term. Our LIHEAP program, which I believe is a federally funded program, comes under some scrutiny every time they pass, I guess, a continuing resolution, not a budget. But that's creeping up beyond those that qualify for that, I think, into like lower middle class in some of those areas. There's just more demand for the pressures on Main Street. We can point fingers all around town, all around the building and whatever to say who or why. But the reality is that's really why we're here. There are people that are genuinely being impacted by the rates, whether they're high, they're average, or wherever they're at. What do you do today? What might you be able to at least discuss that you might creatively be able to add to help us, a collective us, the industry, help with the pain that people are feeling at with the utility bills right now?
Well, we addressed this earlier, but I know you're doing it. You have 10 public sessions you're going to hear from customers, and I reiterated our work of showing up. We have to show up for our customers and tell this story. Listen to customers, which I know you're going to do around the state. Beyond that, you know, we talked about some of the short-term issues and even mid to longer-term opportunities that we have. And, you know, we'll maintain our Share the Light funding. We're going to have a significant influx of dollars beyond LIHEAP due to the enactment of 1002 very soon. And that will be quite helpful. I would think that when you get to a $2.8 million financial assistance fund, it's going to start creeping up into that tier of customers that you are speaking of. We provide Share the Light funding in both the winter and the summer. the focus used to just be totally on one season or the other, but now we know that we need to help in both hot and cold environments. The other thing that we do, I think, very effectively, and this doesn't totally answer your question, but our foundation is quite active in these counties that we serve, and we do it a little differently. We're not the Lilly Foundation. Last year, collectively, our foundation provided nearly $4 million that we have spread, I think, as effectively as we possibly can around our 69 county service territory. Now, we know particularly where counties need more help than others, and that's where those dollars are focused on, basic needs. We have targeted opportunities to invest in our counties to help our customers. We're not looking for the big project that, an Eli Lilly Foundation might look for, but effectively deploy those dollars in a manner that we know and believe help our communities and our customers. And so that's one method that I'm really proud of, and I think we've done a good job in deploying those dollars. Mr. Chairman, we have to just keep an extremely keen eye on our cost containment and our capital investment in things that improve our customers' experience with the utility. And I know that's reliability investment, and I know they expect our generators to run when they're supposed to run. And so that value proposition has to be, again, as I said earlier, it's got to be explained logically to our customers, and that's what we're attempting to do.
Commissioner Valletta.
Slide 10 has a reference to the low-income program. Is that low-income program from 1002, is it funded by shareholders?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Gray.
Have you taken any short-term measures with regard to, I assume Duke does remote disconnection and reconnection?
Yes, we do.
Because of the AMI. Have you taken any short-term measures with regard to waiving those fees or late fees during this particular time of crisis for customers?
So one of the unique things that we have coming out of a program that was approved in 2023 was a program for low-income customers exiting the winter moratorium. Any customers with arrears or past due balances greater than $50, we enroll them in a 6-month payment plan. This is an auto enrollment process that spreads those higher balances over a longer period of time to allow to really meet any short-term financial difficulties that they may see from that the winter moratorium starting in the end of 25 through March 15th. So that's a program that we've had in place for a couple of years, and it continues to see success in helping customers manage through any difficulties in the short term out of the winter.
Thank you. Any assistance with regard to current customers who are in arrears and to waive possibly the late fees as a measure?
Not at this time.
Yeah, we've not embarked on that. I know some of our peers have. We went through this similar experience during COVID, you'll remember, and I think what we have found is while there can be a short-term benefit to customers in many cases, and Jacob has some data and Justin does as well, the longer-term impact, not fees, that's an issue, that's a different issue, I guess, but the longer-term impact of deferring payments and things actually can have a more negative impact in the longer term than it benefits in the shorter term. But we have not announced any waivers of fees as of yet.
Jacob, if I could talk to you for a second on this issue. I can't afford my bill. I'm deciding about, we're really making life choices here, whether you have power, whether you have food for the kids, whether you buy medicine. And so I'm falling into that position that the counselor was just speaking of. Are you reaching out to me to introduce to that plan, or do I need to contact you to participate in that plan?
So for customers that qualify for energy assistance program, we auto-enroll those customers in that payment plan.
Automatically?
Automatically, yes, sir. And if there's customers that did not qualify for the plan, we present them with multiple communications and direct outreach to ensure that they know that those options are available to them, as well as directing them to any assistance that we may have through our Share the Light program or other agencies that are providing assistance at a single point in time. We actually have a pretty cool tool that allows us to look at the agencies that have provided pledges in the last couple of weeks, and those are presented not only to our call specialists, but on our external website that customers can put in their local location and see what agencies may have funds available to maybe shorten their search a little bit to help them get assistance as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you for that explanation. And, I hear you, and I believe you, and I think the website is our new storefront for everyone. But my concern is Hoosiers are hurting, and what we're offering them is plans, website, connectivity. Some of these folks may not even have that. And so, what are we doing for the least of these or the most of those that are in dire times? And it might not even be people that qualified before. It's a life instance or just the inflation of everything hitting them at once now. And I only share that because these are the very stories that have brought us to today. These are what my consumer affairs team have heard that we're getting testimony on every day through our consumer affairs division. It's certainly what Councilor Gray has heard in her commission. So, we've talked a lot today. We've already got 2 hours in. We're wrapping up this session, and I really respect and appreciate that. But we really collectively have got to sharpen our pencil. We've got to find some short-term solutions that are going to matter to Hoosiers, and we need to find a line that's going to be a long-term impact that gives them the confidence where we can rebuild the trust to provide the utilities that Hoosiers are depending on every day. And so I just want to close with that. I thank you all for your time. We will break at this time for lunch. We are going to stay on schedule, so we'll have to eat really fast, but we will be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all.
I thought she told me it was. There we go. Now we're on. All right. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's investigative inquiry on energy affordability that is taking place on March 24th, 2026 in the IURC Judicial Courtroom, 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street in Indianapolis, Indiana. This meeting is an opportunity for the Commission and the OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. Public comments will not be accepted during today's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed via the Commission's YouTube channel, and the agenda along with the presentations for today are available on the Commission's website. We are now joined by representatives from NIPCO, who will give a 15 to 20-minute presentation, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answer by the Commission and the OUCC. Thank you for joining us today. Please begin by introducing yourselves, and then you may commence with your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Zay, and thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak today. Customer affordability is obviously a critical thing for us across Indiana, certainly at NIPSCO and really across the nation, so appreciate this opportunity. Vince Parisi, I'm President and COO of NIPSCO. With me, I have Robbie Sears, who is part of our regulatory team, Rufus Jackson, who runs our electric operations, Jim Zuckel, who's responsible for our construction work, and then Martina Marco, who is responsible for our customer care team. So, Chairman, I wanted to start today with just an overview of our system. I think it's important for purposes of just understanding the size and frankly, the investment that's necessary to serve a utility, serve as a utility. We serve the top 32 counties in the state. We're a combo utility, which means we serve both gas and electric across the state. We have about 1.4 million customers. There's a lot of information up there, about 900,000 gas customers and about 500,000 electric customers. We have about 18,000 miles of distribution main and about 710 miles of transmission main. That's a 600-pound looped system that we have that ultimately serves a large part of our customer base in the northwest part of the state. You can also see we have about 3,000 miles of circuit miles of transmission, 69 kV to 765 kV transmission system, predominantly 345 kV system, and we do have about 4,000 megawatts of generation to serve our customers. Chairman and Commissioners, you had asked us to spend a little bit of time with respect to bill transparency and rising energy costs. There's a lot on the slide, but just kind of walking around the slide from the top left-hand corner. In October of every year, we send a projection out to our customers that lets them know where we think we see the winter bills going. We did see about a 16% increase of 25 to 26 that we projected. We don't project with respect to the weather, and we did see significantly colder than normal weather November through February. Which was a big driver of our customer bill increases. We understand that communication comes out in October, and although we do provide it to media and did get coverage, folks typically aren't thinking about their winter heating bill in October, and so that's something we have to look at to make sure that information is getting out at the right time for our customers to respond. But since then, we have heard from our customers with respect to understanding the bill, understanding transparency, so we've done a number of things. We created two explanation documents, one for gas, one for electric. Those are at the bottom of the slide, kind of in the middle, that really gets into both in the gas and electric, what are the different components that make up the bill. So customers have that information. It's available on our website. We've also provided it at the in-person meetings that we had with customers and have provided it to media so that they have it as well for customers to see. You can see a list on the lower left-hand side underneath programs, offerings, and initiatives, a list of things that we've done really since the beginning of the year to push information out to our customers, including website enhancements, videos that we've created to explain the bill, to explain how bills move with usage, and really just to try to provide more information to our customers. One of the other kind of critical pieces was really just a general understanding of a utility system. Because we're a combo utility, it can be confusing for customers, and so we created some documents to be able to help explain really how the energy comes from the production sources or from the generation that we have, and that ultimately gets to a customer. We did hear from our customers that really did want to hear from us in person, so we created some customer care events to get out into 3 of our different communities to really talk about the things that were important to our customers. We set it up with booths kind of around the room to provide information to our customers, whether it was on how the bill's made up, regulatory structure, AMI meters, really all the questions that customers have been asking us, as well as a number of programs that we offer our customers and opportunities to sign up for LIHEAP, Silver Serve, which are some programs I'll touch on in a minute. We really did have a great response from our communities. We had several hundred people that came through the multiple events. Certainly a small percentage of our customers, but we did find that in-person connection was very helpful for our customers. In the middle of the page, you can see another pamphlet that we put together that has a significant amount of information related to our rates and how bills move to help provide customers with that information. Long term, we are looking at our customer care system and our IT system. Our current system is about 30 years old and does need modernized. So over the next several years, we'll be investing both in our AMI infrastructure, which we're currently doing, but then transformation with respect to our customer system to be able to provide more dynamic information to our customers. This is an example of detailed information we can provide to our customers. It's something we've had in place for a number of years, but frankly, haven't had the need for it until more recently. A customer can call into our customer contact center and ultimately get a very detailed breakdown of their specific bills so they can understand each of the different components. And this is typically something we'll send to the customer after we walk through it with them. So on this slide and the next slide, Chairman and Commissioners, we spent some time talking about the various programs that we have for our customers. We do put $650,000 a year into from shareholders into funding on the gas side to contribute to our programs, and there's about $1 million that comes from customer contributions. That does help with our winter care program and ultimately customer eligibility and enrollment there. We also have a hardship program, a silver program that is for our customers that are 60 years or older, or a SERVE program that helps with respect to assistance for our customers that are active military or retired military. In our last electric rate case, we also created a $1.5 million annual fund that'll start this June to help our customers that are struggling with bills on the electric side. Chairman and Commissioners, you'd also asked for some information regarding how these programs have moved over time, and that's really what this, it just shows the evolution of those programs over the past multiple years. On the next slide, I just want to spend a minute, both with respect to economic development, and I'll touch on that a little bit in a minute, as well as growth. We've come up with something that I think is unique to the state, maybe unique nationally, but a way for us to serve large load customers without our customers having to take on the cost associated with either the generation or the load side investments that have to meet. Through GenCo, we're able to completely separate those costs and those investments so that our customers don't take near-term or long-term on the cost associated with those investments, and actually we'll see through a system use charge a payment back. I won't get into the details because we do have an active case on that, but just more information there about that. So one of the additional questions the commissioners you asked was us to talk about how rates and usage move the bill. And for all the utilities in the state, our rates are really tied to usage in a pretty significant way. For our gas customers, typically they'll use almost 70% of their annual usage in about a 4-month period. It can be December, January, February, March, or November through February, just depending on what the season looks like. This is an example where that usage really fell into the January through March period of time. So you can see because our bills are tied to usage, in the winter when customers use more gas, their bill goes up. For NIPCO, our average residential usage on the gas side is about 7 671 therms. On the electric side, it's 672 kilowatt hours. Why that's important is because our rate structure is tied to what our average customers use. For NIPSCO, you can see a few stats on here. It is about 70% of our customers use at or below that 762 kilowatt hour number. That makes the average bill about $162 a month. On the gas side, they use around 71 therms, and that makes the average bill about $91 a month. Now, the customer doesn't typically experience an average bill. They'll typically experience it seasonally unless they're on a budget plan or a flat billing plan. So we would try to also show how if a customer is on a levelized billing plan, how those charges can be smoothed so that they don't see the peaks in those peak seasons. Because we're a combo utility, our customers do see peaks both in the winter and in the summer. And so one of the things that we're really working on is getting more communication out to customers in advance and really trying to make more customers aware of levelized billing, for example. This is not the only structure ultimately that is possible. There's something called a straight fixed variable rate structure. It's not something we currently have, but it is something we're exploring on the gas side, because what that does is it really levelizes those charges across a 12-month period as opposed to having those charges in that discrete 4-month period. Wanted to provide just a little information. I think you've seen some of this in some of the earlier presentations, but Indiana actually does look favorable when it comes to the regional area. When you're comparing Indiana's electric rates to the regional, so Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, for most periods at most times, Indiana's rates have been less than the rates in the comparison states. And as share of wallet look, which is on the right side, you can see that for NIPSCO and for Indiana, that share of wallet has gone down. Again, this is just more information that I've already provided with respect to NIPSCO's annual usage and where our customers ultimately sit. You can see that when you're comparing actual average annual usage of NIPSCO, 672 on the electric side, 672 kWh on a monthly basis, about 8,000 on an annual basis, and 71 therms on a monthly basis, and about 850 therms on an annual basis. We sit both below the regional comparison as well as the state comparison. Wanted to spend just a minute with respect to the impact of growth on affordability. Certainly you've heard earlier from the other utilities the importance of growth. We all have a certain amount of fixed costs on our system. The more customers we have on our system, the more we're able to spread those costs over a larger base of customers, which is important. But when you really look at the jobs and the impact on tax base, it can be fairly significant. We've announced that we're going to be investing $7 billion in the state with respect to our Amazon relationship. That'll create tax base where we build our generation as well as where they'll build their data centers. That's over 2,000 jobs that we'll have just for that project over an extended period of time for the construction jobs that they'll have as well. Significant, again, tax base in those areas, but then the permanent jobs that are driven as well. Not just that project, but we also have a few other projects. Slate Automotive, you can see about 2,000 jobs that'll be associated with that. Under the FedEx, about 600 jobs, and with John Deere, about 150 permanent jobs, and then significant construction jobs as well. So as you heard earlier, I think the impacts of House Enrolled Act 1002 will help provide more predictability. A 3-year forecasted. What will likely happen over time is you'll start to see most of our capital come in through those programs, and so you'll see just more predictability over the years. We've already talked a bit about the $1.5 million shareholder-funded program that we have. That is an additional requirement that we think will help benefit customers. Certainly, the investments that we make are performance-based with respect to our system, but they'll be driven even more to ensure the reliability and resiliency of our system, which I think are also some benefits that we'll see from 102, as well as just improving line of sight to capital for us internally. The next 2 pages really talk about the capital that we've invested in NIPCO over the last decade. A couple things that I want to point out. First line on the electric we call safety and reliability. That really is something that sits in really all the different lines that you see up there. You see the beginning of some dollars in 2021. The reason we have that is because it's more about modernization and safety and reliability. So we started investing in AMI in 2021 forward. So we're putting that into our system, as well as distribution automation, as well as some substation work. So you can see what those investments were starting in 2021. Obviously, you can see the investments that we've made through MISO over that period of time. Federal mandate we call out on this sheet and the next, but some of the additional federal mandate numbers sit in the maintenance. So we've spent about $1.3 billion over the last 10 years with respect to those kind of requirements. And if you bundle both gas and electric between federal mandate, public improvement, growth, and then MISO, it's about $3.2 billion for gas and electric. We've also invested in about 2,000 megawatts of renewable. And you can see that's about $3.3 billion that we've spent. We did make those investments really starting at a time when the cost of those investments were significantly less than where they would be today. We also took advantage of the investment tax and production tax credits that were available with respect to those. Our customers have seen about $123 million in benefit come back to them as a result of those investments, and that's really 2024 through 2026. On this, you can see in the safety and reliability, we've replaced all of the bare and untreated steel in a Gary part of our system with that $1 billion, as well as replaced all of our low pressure system on the gas side and some other significant investments that have gone in over the last 10 years that make up that $1 billion. And then you can see the rest of the investments that have been made. And we will now open it up for questions.
All right, you ready? All right. We'll start to my right here with Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm impressed with the infographic that you had on slide 4, and it looks like the billing fact sheets will also be beneficial as far as helping explain what some of these charges are. What are you doing to get these into the hands of people who don't have internet access or don't care to use the internet? You've got a lot of customers out there who really would benefit from these materials. What are you doing to get these into their hands?
Yeah, Commissioner Swinger, a great question. A number of different things. We did bring these with us when we had our open houses so customers could take them with them. We do mailers, and that's another place that we can send them out to customers directly because, as you mentioned, some customers don't take advantage of social. We do have them on our website so customers can get them through NIPCO.com. They can find them both in the bills section as well as a financial support section that we have there. So there's multiple different ways, and we are looking at, we've distributed them to the media so that they have access to them as well so that they can post them on multiple different sites.
What plans do you have for additional open houses, especially Gary, Hammond, East Chicago?
Yeah, we found that these events have been fantastic. Just the opportunity to be able to talk face-to-face with customers. The way we set them up was really booths around the room so that the specific topic that the customer was interested in, they could go directly to that. So if it was energy efficiency or one of our other programs that was available. So we are going to look to do these in the summer. We would like to stage a few before we get into the heat of the summer cooling season. And I do think we'll do them again in the fall so that we can also provide information to customers in the fall before we get into the cooling season.
And you'll take those to the northern part of Lake County?
We will. We did them in 3 places. We had them in LaPorte, Valparaiso, and then Maryville. We'll try to spread them out across our service territory, get out east a bit, maybe over to Fort Wayne, so that we really can touch all of our customers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Building on that line of questioning a little bit, I'd like to interject on this commentary of communication. I've suggested this to the other 2 utilities that were in this morning. And what my perspective is as an industry, we haven't done a very good job of telling our story. I think we've left the public to try and define all the acronyms that we use casually in this room in hearings, and sometimes that matriculates out into the public and that sort of thing. You're talking about these listening sessions, which feel a little bit reactive to maybe the moment. And of course, a lot of these people are, long for Main Street. They long for, the small town life, and used to go pay their bill at NIPCO, the local NIPCO. So they're losing their connection with their utility. And, the website has become the storefront, if you will. And, these listening opportunities that you're creating is certainly a start. I mean, what kind of commitment or what kind of vision do you have to better connect with the consumer going forward to answer so many questions that have come before us?
Yeah, Chairman Zay, I think it's really an important question, and I don't love that we've been reactionary in this moment. I feel like we should have done more in advance to get communications out to customers. We're doing better at that now, and I think that's important. But I do think that there is value to the face-to-face conversations that we have with customers. We have an emergency response vehicles that we use whenever we have, moments where we need those. We had storms a few weeks ago. Really proud of how our team responded and how our system responded, both through the winter time as well as the recent storms that we've had. But I think it's important for us to think about how do we use some of those tools differently when we don't need them for those kind of emergency responses. How can we put those in the community, be visible, have our folks there to answer questions? One of the things we take for granted, to your point, is we live in this industry every single day. And so when we look at things like just the simple map or diagram that we have of our system, it's not what customers see and understand every day. And so spending time to kind of explain that, even the way that we refer to the costs on the bill, the delivery charge. I had a customer that talked to me about it and analogized it to, getting a pizza at home. And, I can put 5 pizzas in the car or 1, and it doesn't matter. My charge is the same. Well, our system's very different than that, but it takes us explaining it, the capital intensity of our industry and our business, how it works, and ultimately where we have to provide value and that resiliency. And I think spending more time with our customers in our communities is certainly something that we're focused on. I have a great public affairs team. It's small, they're 5 people, but they're spread out across our community, and they're definitely in the communities all the time, answering questions and really trying to provide guidance and answers to things. And I think we have to focus more on that as well.
Maybe some of my colleagues to the punch, but you did bring it up. There's an awful lot of discussion about delivery fees. So please take the floor and explain it.
I'm sorry, deliveries?
Delivery fees?
Delivery
Have you heard
charge.
anything about that in the last few months?
Yeah. And unfortunately, we call it a delivery charge, and on our bill, our system is 30 years old, so it's very difficult for us to get the level of detail that ultimately we need to really provide our customers what they're looking for right now in this moment, which is just more explanation of what's in there. So as we invest in our system, we do it through TDSIC charges. I think we talked a little bit about what that TDSIC means. FMCA, which is another acronym we use, but those are federally mandated charges. So we go through the process at the commission, and ultimately we'll get typically a per kilowatt hour or per therm charge that we ultimately then apply to the bill. All of those things then make up what that delivery charge is or that energy charge is. So when you look at the energy charge, for example, and it's just a single line item, that's all the capacity, the generation that we have to serve our customers. I mentioned about 4,000 megawatts that we have on our system. Those are the lines that we have, the poles that we serve. We have over 300,000 poles on our system that we have to invest in, maintain, and replace. Last year, we had over 800 that we call car hit poles, right? That's when literally a car hits the pole, and we have to go out and replace it. That happened over 800 times in our system. All of those costs are part of what our delivery charge comprises. So I don't know if I'm kind of hitting it at the level that you wanted to hear. And if I can.
It's a good, I mean, it's a beginning of an explanation, but I will assure you, so many of your customers have no conception of what's going on, and I can't explain it, and I don't think my fellow commissioners can, where delivery charges are actually more costly than what you're delivering, the gas in this case. So, I mean, if you'd like to expound any further, but we do need to move on, but please take the liberty.
No, and I think that's it. I think it's more of a more detailed explanation of what's in there. We've been relatively blessed the last few years that the cost of energy has been coming down when it comes to natural gas in the market, for example. So there were times where, you know, the MCF of natural gas might be $14 or more. We've been in a much more stable place where it's $3, $4, $5 an MCF. So when you look at the energy part of your bill alone, that is really just paying for that part of the bill. So the actual energy that you're using, as well as some of the fees and costs to get that energy to our system. When you look at our delivery charge or on the electric side, the energy charge, you're talking about everything else that it takes to be able to make sure that the customer has that reliable energy when they need it. So it's a difficult explanation.
Commissioner Dyke.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So if a ratepayer calls you up and asks that question, that's your response to them?
No, our customer care team, and this is something I could probably have Martina talk a little bit about,
okay,
does a much better job of speaking
please
to
do.
it.
So this is on. So we have great talking points within our tools for CSRs to explain this to customers. We also have the detailed billing worksheets that you see in your packet that we can send to the customers that breaks down all of those charges within the delivery fees.
So they will have to reach out to you in order to get an answer?
Currently, yes.
Okay.
We are looking at and working on right now, that sheet that I referred to would have to be requested, but we are looking at a way to possibly send that with a monthly statement, right? So unfortunately, due to our antiquated system at the moment, we can't change our bill to put that on there, but possibly putting that in addition with the statement so that they can see that breakdown of those charges that make up our delivery fees. That is something we're currently working on because we do see the need for it.
Okay, I'm sure somebody will have more questions about that in a minute, but I have another question for you. Most of your electric customers use gas heating, I would say. And as I understand, in your rates are designed primarily for those customers. So how does the rate design impact a non-average customer, specifically electric heating or electric space heating, on the winter bills? And would such customers benefit from a rate designed more for their use?
So, Commissioner Deeg, if I understand your question, we do have combination customers that are both gas and electric. It's about 300,000, just under 400,000 of our customers that are electric customers or gas customers as well. So for those customers, they absolutely use, for the most part, natural gas to heat the home and electric for other things. I think one of the places where we could really benefit both our gas and electric customers, especially our combo customers, is to look at what is a straight fixed variable design. On the gas side, what that does is, I mentioned before, but it flattens out that charge kind of across the 12-month period so that our customers don't see that spike in the winter, given 70% of their consumption typically happens in those 4-month period. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but.
Vince,
Commissioner Valletta.
yeah, Vince, I think the question was about the customers that are using space heating, not gas heating. So is there a better rate design for those customers that are using electric?
Potentially. When you look at our system, I think I mentioned before, it's 85% of our customers are really under that 12,000 kilowatt hour annual number, which is about 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. So our rates will look higher than other utilities because our usage is so much less. 672 compared to what that 1,000 is. Certainly looking at rate design is an important piece. We've been through that over the years a few different times to look at different groups and create different rate designs. Certainly coming out of our last electric rate case, it was something that we said we'd focus on with respect to a couple of our different customer groups. I don't know that space heating specifically is one that we said we would focus on, but certainly one we could take a look at.
Did you have any more questions, Bob, or can I?
I've got another question
Go
on
ahead.
something
No, go
else.
ahead, Bob.
But if it pertains to this, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, quick question. The Department of Energy's emergency orders to run your coal plant, what was the total cost of that?
So it's ongoing. So we did receive the first 202C order, which is I think what you're referring to back in December 23rd. We just received a renewal of that order yesterday. So we're continuing to evaluate both of the units. We have Unit 17 and 18. Unit 17 was available through January, frankly, that very deep cold snap. And so it took, it was available for the market the whole time. Unit 18 has been in a forced outage really since the end of last summer, and we're continuing to evaluate that. We'll have fixed and variable operating costs associated with the coal, the chemicals, the things that we need, the people to operate the unit, as well as any kind of capital investment we'll have to make to get those units, to where they need to be to operate for a longer period of time. I think we've estimated it could be in excess of $100 million just in the investments in the units, and then operating costs on top of that.
Vince, do you have electric space heating customers? If so, how many do you have?
So the vast majority of our combo customers are gas and electric. We do have space heating, but I don't have the number of actual space heating customers, but we can get that for you.
Thank you. If you could look at slide 9, the second bullet on slide 9, your bullet notes ring fencing, and you mentioned the benefits regarding end of contract risks. I presume this is different than a resource's end of life. So how does the approach NIPCO has taken differentiate itself from a standard tariff approach, and how well it might protect from these risks?
Yeah, so ours completely separates that. So, for example, any new generation that we have to build for a new large load customer, we'll do that through the GenCo. It's a separate sister company to NIPSCO. The generation will be built there. That generation will not go into our base rates. And so that is a differentiator, I think, initially between our system, the way we're doing it, and sort of a traditional regulated approach. The customer that we sign up with will have special provisions in the agreement that ultimately dictate both what happens in the near term as well as the long term with respect to those assets. Ultimately, they're responsible for the cost of it, not just now, but at the end of life. So if they exit during the period of the contract, ultimately they're responsible for it. If they exit at the end of the contract, they're also responsible for it.
And regarding transmission, how will transmission costs be allocated between these new large customers and your existing customers?
Really the same approach. So to the extent we build substations or we'll connect to our system, 100% of those costs will go through the same special contract approach. 100% will be paid by the data center so that our customers are insulated from those costs.
And I'm not sure if you heard the questions earlier today, but I've been asking each utility the same thing regarding trackers. So some states are conducting reviews of their cost trackers and testing each tracker against its original justification, measuring the bill impact of the tracker, and identifying trackers that could be consolidated or done away with. Would you support a similar comprehensive review here in Indiana?
I would. I mean, I think it's important to always look at all the mechanisms that we have to make sure that they're being used appropriately. So I would absolutely be willing to participate in something like that.
I don't have any more questions.
Commissioner Ziegner.
I wanted to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the listening sessions that you had mentioned. You mentioned the cities that you were going to conduct those listening sessions in. How did you determine which communities to do that?
A little bit geographically, certainly some facilities that we, in a short period of time, could get to be able to, we didn't know what the turnout would be, and so we needed to have places that we felt were big enough to be able to host the larger groups. We're in Maryville, we're located in Maryville, and that's an area that sits fairly centrally to the northwest part of the state in our service territory. Certainly we wanted to do more and will do more, but we really looked at kind of the logistics of where we could do it in a short period of time.
And how are you putting out notice of these listening sessions?
Let me ask Martina if you have a recollection of.
So, wanted to make sure this was on. So
You got your
put
mic?
it out to the media. Yeah, it's working. It's working.
You got to get close.
Really close to it. We put it out in the media. We advertise it on our websites, and we also put it on our hold messages when customers call into the call center to make sure that customers were aware of it. Our public affairs managers also shared that information with the different municipalities and leaders in our communities so that people were aware.
Do you do any bill inserts?
We did not due to the short amount of time, but for our future plan ones, absolutely, we would like to do that.
And I have to ask, why was not the city of Gary included?
Certainly, the city asked as well. Maryville and Gary are fairly close to each other, so that was just a place logistically we could do it, but we certainly will do one in Gary going forward.
So a lot of conversation on rates, rate cases that come before us have to do with capital construction. I'm wondering, what does your utilities operational efficiency? We're all talked about efficiency and affordability, getting that in line. And how much did your operational program save the average Indiana family last year, if you could quantify that?
So let me hit the first part. A couple of different things, because to your point, efficiency and productivity, frankly, are key things that we look at on a very regular basis. We have something internally called Project Apollo that's really been in place for the last several years. That is just actively looking at how can we do things better. We understand that the more efficient we can be with every dollar we spend, the less our customers have to pay. And so through Apollo, we've had tens of millions of dollars in savings. I don't have an actual quantification. I can get you that number. But what it has let us do is be flat on the O&M side now, really since 2020.
Thank you. Abby, Councilor Gray is up.
Thank you. As a follow-up to some of the things that you've already talked about, on slide 5, the long-term solutions for customer transformation, will that include a more detailed bill on the delivery fees?
Councilor Gray, thanks for that question. That is absolutely one of our focuses, is to be able to provide more information. By moving from a 30-year-old system, I joke that it's literally the programming that was taught when I was in college, which is a very long time ago. We need to get that upgraded so that we can ultimately provide more information and more flexibility for our customers. The bill is a big part of that, and so to be able to provide not just more information, but a more dynamic billing experience for our customers is important.
Thank you. And what is the time frame for that?
It'll be over the next 3 or 4 years. It takes a bit of time to ultimately put it in place.
Okay, and then I have a question about the very small sample bills that you have here that I can't read.
They're a
On
little
slide
larger
4.
in the appendix.
I'm assuming, just from looking at that, there must be one line for all trackers and not individual trackers.
I think we actually broke it out. Did we condense it or did we break it out? I'm going to let Robbie answer this. Hold on.
On the gas side of the bill, the delivery charge is the fixed charge, or the volumetric charge that we have, as well as all trackers and sales tax are all bundled together. And that is part of a very good point that you ask about clarity as we move forward, is how to best break that out to explain it.
Okay, on the gas bill then, before we move to the electric, is the fine print down here explain anywhere where the customers can go to get more information?
Yes, as far as coming
flyer?
to customer service, calling in for customer service to get more, or referring to the website for that.
Or requesting?
Yes.
And then with the electric bills, are all trackers
On the electric bills, all trackers are not listed out either. It
Okay.
is predominantly an energy charge that has most all of those energy charges bundled together. I think over time, things move towards simplicity. I think in today's environment, there's people that are asking for more detail and more understanding.
More than ever.
Yes.
Yes. Can combo utility customers, since they are paying a relatively high payment, I assume due the same day, can they pick different due dates?
They cannot currently today.
Would that be something you would consider?
It is.
Are customers still upset with no payment centers?
So we did a fairly extensive study when we ultimately went away from the in-person payment centers to look at the how frequently customers were utilizing those compared to the cost of operating, and frankly, the cost benefit just wasn't there from a cost to operate compared to the number of customers using it. We certainly have lost that in-person connection with our customers, though, by not having those payment centers, and so that's why we're looking at more of these customer care events.
These guys get a little long-winded, but yep, we'll see. No, we'll try and get back to you. Commissioner Valletta.
Sure. Can you take a look at slide 15? There's a line on that slide 15 that says maintenance expense. Can you break down that in a little more detail for us? Like how much of that is flowing through the TD6 statute?
Yeah, I'll have Jim touch on that. I think we've got kind of an explanation in the back that provides a little more detail in each section, but I'll have Jim talk about it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the question. A couple things on the maintenance. As Vince mentioned earlier, some of those maintenance costs could be in safety and reliability. A lot of what we do is safety and reliability. So I'll hit on a couple of the items that are in that maintenance button. We have underground cable replacement. We have wood poles in there, circuit breakers that are of age and condition are in there, transformers. Also in there is something that we are very proud of. We eliminated our 4 kV system in Gary. Gives us a lot more flexible operations in that city. When we have an outage, we can tie it to our 12 kV. Also eliminates a lot of spare parts that we have to keep in those systems. So those are some of the items that we see in there. Also, our day-to-day work that we do for break, fix, repair is in that bucket as well.
In terms of TDSIC project benefits, do you target a specific benefit cost ratio for selecting the projects that you're going to include?
I'll start and then give it to Rufus. A lot of what we look for is how to reduce customer outages, right? It's reliability, reduce minutes of outages. We talked about pole replacement, and we also talked about underground cable. Those are driving a lot of reduced outages that are unplanned events. Unplanned events are more expensive to repair versus planned outages. And so those are like 2 of the big ones that I can think of. And Rufus, you want to hit on a couple?
Yeah, just about all of our programs, we have got an estimate historically of how many minutes we would save if we replace this device. So you take a recloser, we know that if we replace it, historically, we'll get this kind of benefit from it. We replace a pole, this kind of benefit. So when we're actually developing our plan for TDS, we actually look at what are the benefits we're going to give back to the customer by making those investments.
It seems like when RTOs are reviewing transmission, they use a higher cost-benefit ratio than we do. Should we be using a higher one here in Indiana?
Commissioner Valletta, I think that is certainly something we could take a look at. The kind of a little bit of apples and oranges when you're looking at the MISO grid compared to a local distribution grid and the investments that we have to make. But certainly, cost benefit is something that we look at whenever we're going to make capital investments. We have to have a business plan and proposal with respect to it, which takes customer affordability as well as the benefit to the customer into consideration. So I think it's always something to take a look at.
Do you use a monetary value for outages?
We certainly, from perspective of like a storm damage or just standard outages.
When you're doing your cost benefit, when you're weighing everything out, how do you value the outages?
Yeah, so we do have historical outage performance that we look at. So every outage has a dollar figure, and we look at that annually. That's how we develop a lot of our capital programs as well as our O&M costs going forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Swinger?
How would you say your communications have been going with the Commission's Consumer Affairs Division?
So Martina, do you want to take that?
Absolutely. So I will tell you that my team and myself personally manage the complaints that come from the CAD department. It is our #1 priority. I do realize that the increase in complaints put additional work on both my team and their team, but I try to make sure that we are answering the complaints as quickly as we can. For some of the more difficult cases that we're keeping in communication with Deborah and her team at CAD, and keeping an open line of communication when possible. Always make sure that I answer those phone calls and we do what we can to get through those complaints.
And I know it's challenging because if you look at the total number of CAD complaints this year, it's at the same level that it was for all 12 months in 2025. And more than half the complaints that CAD has received statewide are from NIPCO customers. So what can you guys do on your end to get back to the analysts more quickly and be more responsive?
We're always looking at ways to improve. I've actually, I have a broader team at NiSource, and I've actually moved some of my resources that support some of our other states to help with my work at NIPSCO so that my NIPSCO team can focus solely on responding to our CAD complaints. I'll tell you that we take great pride in our relationship and in answering those complaints. I assure you I'm doing everything possible to get those complaints answered within our 14 days. Because again, I know the additional work it's putting on their team.
When you say other states, does that mean other NiSource entities from out of state helping your call center here? How long have you used those resources?
About the past 5 months.
Okay.
Really, when the complaints started to increase at the end of 2025, when our heating season started.
And just one other follow-up on that. What is the average hold time when a customer calls in?
So right now, year to date, we're just a little over 3 minutes. So around 192 seconds is our ASA, our average speed of answer for our customers.
What do you aim for?
100 seconds. So we definitely had increased calls during the recent storms we had. So hence why it is an average, right, throughout the year. That's our goal for the year and for the month. But we're doing everything we can to answer the calls as timely as we can. We know that nobody likes to wait on hold to speak to somebody. Absolutely.
Commissioner Dyke.
Thank you. I forgot to tell you, thank you for being here today, too, so I appreciate it. Very quickly, you've been through a large or a long time now of capital investments, get both gas and electric side. People's energy bills have increased dramatically, and your profits have increased. What do you tell people, or your ratepayers? How do you justify that?
Yeah, the investments that we make in our system, I think, are critical. When we talk about customer affordability, you have to talk about it the same breath as reliability, resiliency. They're all really important. A bill is only affordable if the energy's coming on when the customers need it, if the heat's there in the coldest period of time. So with the investments we're making in our system, I'm proud of the system and the way the system has responded to these extreme conditions. And really, without the investments that we make, it wouldn't be the case. And so it's important for us to continue to do it, but it's also critical that we look at every dollar that we spend and make sure that there's going to be a benefit to our customers in making that investment. And we're dedicated to that. We're continuing to do it through our Apollo program on our O&M side, productivity measures to make sure that we're being productive as we're doing our work, and that the capital investments are going to help with growth, which is a way for us to spread more of those fixed costs across the broader periods or broader groups and reduce costs for customer. Our GenCo approach is going to ultimately push billions, we hope, back into our communities, both through the tax, the tax components, the jobs, as well as just the direct payment back to customers. And so we'll continue to make sure we balance that as we go forward.
Okay, one more quick question. I've asked all the other utilities. What is your lobbying budget?
So
Indiana this year?
I did hear in the last two, it's 100. We have one internal person that is dedicated to government affairs, does a fantastic job for us, and it's about $110,000 a year outside of that specific cost.
Outside of the cost of the salary?
Yeah, outside of the cost of salary.
Okay, thank you.
I want to step back a moment. I asked this earlier. The question was asked, I think Commissioner Dyke asked it last time, how do you prioritize the pillars? And it was said, you can't look at one without the other. They're very equal. But based on capital expenditures, based on what's hitting homes and rates, have we prioritized reliability too far? I mean, because what the consumer understands is what that bill is. That's their affordability. We, the commission, you as a utility, don't have the benefit of focusing just squarely on that. We also have to be reliable, resilient, environmentally responsible, and sustainable. But you can also chase reliability all day long. And the couple hundred poles you lost, it doesn't matter what you did when that tornado come through, it was going to rip them all down. So I just would like a comment on that, please.
Yeah, Chairman, I appreciate the question. I think it's a fair question. I think, you can look at reliability and the investment in reliability and resiliency and think that potentially it's more than where we should be until the lights don't come on. And that's critical, right? The thing that is really important to understand about any utility is that we ultimately have to serve when the temperatures are the worst, when they're the coldest or the warmest, when the wind is blowing, when storms come through. The utility service has to be there, and customers certainly feel the pressure of the increased bill, and we understand some customers are struggling more than others. That's why we have the programs to try to help, why we added $1.5 million annually for our electric customers, have increased the amount that we do on the gas. We put over $2 million in annually to our communities from our foundation. All of those things really driven to help customers that struggle. But for all of our customers, it's critical that those lights come on and that heat is there so that they stay warm in the winter and so that they have cooling and they have the electricity when they need it. And I really don't think you can look at them independently. I think they're all equally important.
Commissioner Ziegler.
Martina, you had mentioned that you like to have calls answered within 3 minutes, I believe you said.
Our goal is 100 seconds. We're currently at just a little over 3 minutes.
Okay,
193 seconds.
How do you handle a protocol if a question is going to require more follow-up or a deeper dive? Do you hand that off to another segment or?
So if a customer calls the call center and speaks with a customer service representative and they need to follow up, usually that specific CSR follows up versus if a customer question or concern comes through one of our other channels like the website or CAD or social media. But our CSRs try to handle every customer from start to finish.
And if there is a necessity for a follow-up, how long does that take?
It all depends on the situation. So for example, if a lot of times customers call and it's not just about their bill or things that you would think are call center related, a lot may have to do with operations, whether it's possibly about an outage question or maybe forestry question, right? Maybe why we're cutting trees on their property or doing work in their neighborhood. So if we don't have that information, it may take some time to get back to it, but we try to get back to customers the same day if we can.
Commissioner Dyke.
Last question, Abby. Ms. Markle, I have a question for you. CSRs, when somebody calls in and asks about delivery charges, what do they say to the customer?
So they're a lot more well-versed than I am in it, but they have very specific talking points. They are able to explain and walk through what you see on that gas.
So the papers that you send out to them, they go through that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Counselor.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a series of questions to lead up to my final question, and I'm going to just summarize it because you're going to know what I'm talking about. The T-6 statute allows for recovery of 80% of the expenditures through the tracker. 20% has to wait till the rate case. And I don't know, I know Robbie was around in 2013, but maybe the rest of you were not. But one of the reasons we were told the need for the T-to-SIC tracker, or for the T-to-SIC plan and trackers, was to slow down the frequency of rate cases. And we thought that was going to happen. But since your T-to-SIC plans in gas and electric were approved, you filed 2 rate cases. One rate case has to be filed by the end of the T-to-SIC plan. You filed 2 in gas and 2 in electric. Help me understand your justification in doing that.
Councilor Gray, I mean, ultimately, it's critical that we make the right investments in our system so our customers have the service that they have come accustomed to, but also have that energy when they need it. We do use the T-to-SIC to really project what our investments are going to be over a period of time. Those are our programs that I think we're a little more familiar with. There are other investments that we make in our system that don't go through a T-to-SIC approach. Generation is a good example of that. We file CPCNs related to those, and then ultimately those do need to get into our base rates. We've invested in over 2,000 megawatts of new renewable generation that is now on our system, and that really is one of the drivers.
Would you say those were the main drivers in needing to file 2 rate cases under the T-to-SIC, the generation?
Yeah, carrying the additional 20% that it can't be recovered through the T-to-SIC, ultimately that adds up as well. That does become a driver of ultimately needing to file rate cases.
One last question that should be simple, I think. We've been receiving a lot of calls from customers who signed up for NIPSCO Choice, and I get it, that's not NIPSCO, but who signed up for them, who feel like that they didn't make informed decisions based on what they were told or promised. I assume you get calls regarding that as well. How do you handle those with folks who call in?
Yeah, Martina, do you want to touch?
So we do have an internal department that works as a liaison between NIPSCO and those choice providers. So we try to work with that group to get the customers better answers. If they're not getting responses from some of the choice suppliers, we'll work with that group so they can reach out kind of to their leadership and ask to take a look at the customer's concerns or questions. So we don't just always refer the customer to call their choice supplier. For customers who have intricate questions or complaints or concerns, we work with that liaison department at NIPSCO to work with the choice supplier teams.
Do you help or assist customers with maybe help that the choice providers may forgive or let people out of contracts when they didn't understand and that type of thing? Do you go into that depth with the choice providers?
Abby, if I could just comment on that as well. I will say that the choice providers are out there marketing. That's part of their ability. They do have a set of standards and a code of conduct, and we have removed some marketers from our program over the last few years since I've been with the company because of what we would call not upfront marketing practices and telling customers, what is the situation. I will just add, choice is one of those that's exactly what it is, as you understand choice, but you have to be a very informed consumer, and you really have to watch when you have that choice program out there. We do try to assist when customers get these extreme amounts, show them what the GCA charge would have been otherwise, and get them off of a choice supplier if they want to. But we do, I don't want to call that, but we have that code of conduct with them, and we enforce that over time. It's not easy with the business at times to enforce.
I appreciate that, and I'm not casting aspersions on all choice providers. I'm speaking on behalf of complaints we've received. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you, Chairman.
Vince, one last comment, or verification, I guess. I think you've spoken to it. Obviously, a huge part of today in the pending listening session that we're going to be hosting is looking at what we, and I mean industry-wide, collectively we can do in the short term. We've received thousands of complaints. we know there's been rallies. There's hundreds of people, very active complaining in this space, which is really what drove us to this moment. What commitments do you guys have presently, and what vision or possibilities might there be to increase that to meet this stressful time where really we've lost a lot of trust in ratepayers and consumers?
We know we have taken some immediate actions. We eliminated disconnection and collection activity through the end of this month. We eliminated late payment fees through the end of this month as well. We've expanded our, I'll still refer to it as budget billing, but our levelized billing plan to enable customers that have been late on payments to be able to enroll in it, as well as any kind of past due or current charges can be in that levelized plan as well. That does help spread the impact and the cost of that over multiple months for customers. So those things, I think, are things we're focusing on. We're also trying to figure out more ways to proactively reach out to our customers. You've asked the question before about, do we just respond to, or can we find ways to get out there with our customers? It's difficult because we don't know a customer is struggling until they miss a bill. We don't take in income information, for example, for our customers. And so we can start to use some data analytics to understand if customers have slow paid or no paid, to potentially use that to find ways to reach out to customers and provide them with information. I do want to make a concerted effort going into this coming heating season to get folks on levelized billing. Obviously, through 1002, we'll do that with our light heap customers and give them the opportunity to opt out. It's about 15,000 customers for us. I think you'd asked that question earlier, that we think potentially could be on that. I think that's important. I think those are the things we can do in the near term. We do have our $1.5 million program that will start in June of this year to help customers that are struggling. And then again, it's just being responsive and getting information out to our customers as quickly as we can.
So you have $1.5 million for electric, and then there's an amount for gas?
It's about 650, I think, on the gas side, plus about $1 million that customers contribute, so about 1.65 million on the gas side. I think that's available for our customers, and then $1.5 million on the electric side.
Okay. So you guys won. You have by far more complaints with our Consumer Affairs Division than any other utility. And what I noticed is our top two that got the most attention through our Consumer Affairs Division both have electric and gas on the same bill. I don't really think that's a coincidence. And it came up earlier, I think Councilor Gray asked about different due dates, and I would suggest potentially even different bills. Is there any consideration or any thought of that to help you better respond to your consumers? Because I think there's confusion between the left side of the bill and the right side of the bill, quite frankly, and in and amongst some of the detail in the charges. And I don't know if that would help with transparency. I don't know if it confused things. Clearly, it would cost some more money. I understand that, but the outrage is real, and I'm not even sure we've gotten close to the heart of it today, and that's a problem. So I guess I'm just looking for a comment on that, because it is interesting that kind of there are two groups that have got the highest complaints, both have merged bills with gas and electric.
Chairman, I appreciate that observation. I like to be first. That is not a place I ever want us to be first. So I appreciate the gravity of that comment. It is difficult when you're a combo utility, because ultimately customers are going to see both gas and electric at the same time. And it's easy to understand in the summer, typically when it's 100 degrees out and your air condition is running, people understand generally that their bill is going to go up, and generally in the winter when they're using more as well. We saw November, December, January, February were really unprecedented cold for an extended period of time. And when you're a combo utility, that means not only is your gas bill going up, but your electric bill as well. It doesn't go up quite as high as it does in the summer when we're using electricity to cool our homes, but there's still a corresponding increase. And so because our rates are so volumetrically based, customers would see that both with the gas and electric, and for us, a combo. We did a lot to to look at the percentage of our customers that were experiencing bills, for example, over $500, and it's a relatively low percentage, but that doesn't mean that ultimately that wasn't painful for our customers. So we do have to think about, is there a different messaging, or again, I look at rate structure and look at, how can we flatten it out at least for part of that bill.
There's serious questions that we really didn't get to, and I hope we got on the tip of the iceberg. I do appreciate you being here. We are over time already, so thank you very much for being here. We will take a 5-minute intermission to get one crew out and get the next crew in.
Thank you.
And away we go. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's investigative inquiry on energy affordability that is taking place on March 24th, 2026 in the IURC Judicial Courtroom, 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street in Indianapolis, Indiana. This meeting is an opportunity for the Commission and OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. Public comments will not be accepted during today's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed via the Commission's YouTube channel, and the agenda along with the presentations for today are available on the Commission's website. We are now joined by representatives from Indiana Michigan Power Company, who will give a 15 to 20-minute presentation, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answer by the Commission and the OUCC. Thank you for joining us today. Please begin by introducing yourselves, and then you may commence with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Councilor Gray, for the opportunity to come and speak today about something that is fundamentally important to us as an electric utility company. So we're with Indiana Michigan Power Company, and I'm Steve Baker. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer. I have Katie Runkle, who leads our External Affairs and Customer Experience Organization, and Andrew Williamson, that leads our Regulatory and Finance Organization. So first slide here is a quick overview of the things we plan to cover. Certainly want to be brief. Do not plan to cover things that have already been covered by previous companies today. But want to start with our focus on customers and how that relates to operational excellence. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about what we do when we have adverse weather impacts to our system and how that impacts customers and our plans there. We'll spend some time talking about our customer support activities and plans there. We'll talk about our economic development plan and our commitment to growth and making sure that our customers benefit from the growth we're seeing across our service territory. And so if we can get started, let's go to the next slide, Andrew. All right, so the top left of the page, this is really why we exist. We are a customer service organization, always have been. So we operate this complex electrical grid, transmission, power plants, distribution systems, substations, do all those things. But we're really there to serve customers. And that is the focus of our organization. We talk about that continually. And our vision as an organization is to improve our customers' lives with reliable and affordable power. So for those that may not be familiar with Indiana Michigan Power Company, or I&M, you'll hear us refer to ourselves as I&M frequently today probably. Just a little bit of an overview. So we're headquartered in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We're part of the American Electric Power System. So American Electric Power does business in 11 states, has 6 million customers. So we're part of that. We are unique and different than the other utilities that are here today in that we're part of the PJM interconnection. The other utilities are part of the MISO interconnection. So we're also unique in that we're a fixed resource requirement organization. We'll talk a little bit about that as well today too. We've got a really diverse and expansive set of generating assets that we're adding to currently for some of the load growth we're experiencing. And if you look over on the right-hand side, this is a little bit of an eye chart here in the room, but if you have the presentation available afterwards on the Commission's website or our website, you can see the breakdown here. But we have nuclear, two reactors in Southwest Michigan. We have coal, we have gas, we have hydro, we have wind, and we have solar facilities currently serving customers, about 5,160 megawatts nameplate rating for all those different generating devices and installations. You know, we're really focused as a utility company and all the decisions we make around the 5 pillars that were put in place here for energy policy: reliability, resiliency, stability, affordability, and environmental sustainability. And all those things work hand in hand, and we're constantly trying to make sure that we're balancing those different pieces and parts of the equation. So we have the privilege of serving about 485,000 customers in Indiana. We serve an additional 130,000 or so customers in Southwest Michigan. We do business in 24 counties here in Indiana. We have roughly 800 employees here in Indiana, and an extensive transmission system here in Indiana that goes way beyond our service territory as well. So next slide, Andrew. So just start with the first piece of the customer experience, and really want to highlight this because we make a lot of investments on our customers' behalf, incur a lot of cost on our customers' behalf to make sure that the system is reliable. It's there when customers need it, and it's able to withstand wind and weather and conditions here. And so we need to be able to show, I believe, to our customers that we're providing value for those investments. So if you look at the graph here on the left side of the page, you see a green line with some numbers on it. That is duration of outages, and that's over a 5-year period. And the lower the number, if you're not familiar with how you track reliability indices, the lower the number, the better. So we've shown a very steady improvement over the last 5 years, nearly a 45% reduction in duration of outages. Very proud of that, still have work left to do there. And then the blue line on the bottom of the graph is frequency of outages, or how often do you have an outage average across our customer base over a 12-month period. So you can see that that number is also declining, and that competes very favorably nationally. Our interruption frequency numbers do. So what we're doing all the time is we're trying to make sure that we get the most for our system, for each dollar invested in the system, produces the greatest benefits for our customers. So we're constantly watching technology. There have been a lot of technological advancements in the last 10 or 12 years on the distribution side of the business, the utility side of the business, that really help us serve our customers better, have more intelligence about the condition of the system, how the system's operating. Some of that is distribution automation, and some more of that we've done recently is automated metering infrastructure. We've spent a lot of time and effort and resources on storm hardening too, trying to make sure that when the wind blows or we have ice or we have other adverse conditions, that the system is able to withstand that as much as possible, and that the impacts to our customers are minimal. We have a system that is spread across a pretty wide geographic area, and it's all aging at different rates and paces. So we've got to do continual maintenance to make sure that the system is in the right condition or is replaced if need be. It's exposed to the elements all the time, and so it's a constant challenge to make sure that the system is ready to operate and in good shape to do that, and do that in a cost-effective manner. We've had a lot of focus on vegetation management. And then one thing we've really spent a lot of time on in our technology around AMI, advanced metering infrastructure, has really opened the door for this possibility, is data. So we have mountains and mountains of data. So our trick is, or the goal is for us, is to convert that data into information where we can make the best possible decisions about prioritization of maintenance efforts or investments and produce the best results for our customers. And then part of this, regardless of how much money you spend or don't spend, is just how responsive you are as an organization. Around the clock, we're a 24/7, 365 business, and our customers expect us to respond. And so really keeping a close watch on how we respond, kind of the people and processes and hearts and minds side of the business, is very important for us. Next slide, Andrew. So one more cut on what are our customers getting for the investments and expenses we're incurring on their behalf when we have weather. So the graph on the right is a national survey that all investor-owned utilities, for the most part, participate in. And it has 4 different quadrants. And the lower your bar is on this blind survey, we can't see the other survey numbers here, we can just see our own. But the lower your bar is, the better you're performing. So the previous reliability chart had exclusions for storms and major events. This particular graph is all events, everything the customer sees. So this includes storms, this includes really any sort of an event. And so we're proud to say that the most recent data that we have, which is 2024 data, that we're in the first quartile nationally in terms of responsiveness and restoration of customers when outages occurs, with all different sorts of cause codes included. So some things that we've learned that are really important for our customers, and it also has an impact on affordability, is that if the lights are out or the power is out, there's a cost to our customers for that. So if you're an industrial or commercial customer, there's loss of productivity, there's loss of production, loss of sales. But it in fact impacts residential customers in a similar sort of way. So we try to make sure that when the customer's power is out, we're as responsive as we can because we know there's an economic impact on that side. So some things that we've learned and adjustments we've made over the years, we proactively stage resources and we pay attention to forecasted weather events and make decisions on additional resources. We've done that just recently, 3 times or so in the last 10 days. It's really produced some benefits for us. And then we're preparing all the time. When you're in a major event, it's a different sort of day-to-day operation or different than a day-to-day operation. You have an increased amount of volume. And so you have to structure the company different to put additional workers to work effectively, to provide information externally to regulators, to elected officials, to our customers, to the media and such. And anything that you want to be good at, you have to practice at, and we do that a couple times a year. And we're also trying to deploy any sort of continuous learning we have. Learn from the storms where we go help others, and we have our own storms. We're always paying attention to that. So that's just one piece of the overall customer satisfaction component. So Katie, I'm going to hand it over to you on the next slide here.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Katie Runkle. I lead I&M's External Affairs and Customer Experience teams. And as Steve said, we have improved reliability, and that is really table stakes in how we support our customers. But we also know that they need help making sense of and managing their bills right now. And so my remarks today focus on the customer side of affordability, what we're doing to make bills clearer, how we're helping customers understand usage and rates, and the programs we offer to ease cost pressures in the near term. And so, as we all know, it's no surprise that customers feel affordability most directly on their monthly bills. And so regardless of long-term rate drivers, they want to know why the bill looks the way that it does and what they can do about it. And so what we've seen is customers need clarity before they can take control of their usage. And so to meet that need, we're building out several new resources. First is our Bill Support Center. This is a consolidated hub for billing explanations, assistance options, energy savings programs, and rate information. What we found is that our website is not always the easiest to navigate, and trying to find all of that information was very difficult, and so we are putting that all together in a one-stop shop. In addition, we're creating a few extra pages. So we have a bill analyzer where we have a much easier to understand line-by-line breakdown of each charge. And then we have a basic troubleshooting workflow. So a customer can go through, and if their bill is a little bit higher than they expected, they can go through that workflow to troubleshoot what may have happened. We also are going to be including a quarterly rate snapshot. So this is a plain language update showing which rates or riders have gone up, what's gone down, what's remained flat, why, and what that means for a customer's bill. And then we have a rate and payment options page. So this is where we have clear explanations of rate options, what customers are best for those rates, levelized billing, and other payment plans as well. And then that's in addition to tools that we've already had for customers, such as our smart meter features that include high bill alerts, 15-minute interval usage data, and detailed energy reports. But we know that tools and information only go so far, and sometimes somebody just wants to talk to an actual human being. So we also have built out and expanded our personalized support. So customers, if they want, can book virtual bill reviews with our local I&M customer service representatives. And they'll walk through usage, charges, and even help customers perform a circuit breaker test if they want to see what in their house might be causing higher than normal usage. And we've actually helped some customers identify some things like a block dryer vent, an oven going bad, things like that. We also have virtual understanding your bill workshops, and we are covering every component of the bill, explaining what it is, why it's there, usage drivers, and available assistance. And then we're constantly looking to see if we're seeing unusually high usage with any of our customers, especially during weather extremes. And then we're conducting proactive outreach to help those customers understand what's happening and what assistance is available. And then during difficult circumstances, Steve just mentioned some of the weather we've had recently, we proactively adjust our operations, including pausing disconnections during extreme weather or extreme temperatures. We also will do that if we're seeing bad air quality alerts. And then we'll waive late fees proactively when things that are unexpected happen, like mail is delayed. We'll waive late fees knowing that some checks might be delayed in the mail. We also provide similar hands-on support for commercial and industrial customers. So last year, our team proactively reviewed more than 50,000 accounts to ensure that customers were on the most cost-effective rate. Most of them that we saw were well matched, but there were some customers that would benefit from adjustments, and so on those customers, they're now saving about $144,000 a year. And so, as we go through that, once customers understand their bill, then the next question they ask is, okay, well, what do I do about it? And so for residential customers, we offer many different programs. We have home energy checkups and free energy savings kits. We have an income qualified weatherization program, instant and post-purchase rebates on energy efficient products and equipment. We have bill credits through our smart AC and smart thermostat demand response programs. And for businesses, we provide energy management tools, leveraging smart meter data so that they can understand their usage patterns. We have strategic energy management training for facility teams so that they can optimize their energy use at their facility. We have demand response bill credits for reducing load during peak periods. We have prescriptive and custom rebates for energy efficiency upgrades, plus dedicated small business incentives. And then we have multifamily property efficiency solutions. So those are low or no cost products and services for property owners and managers. But even with that, improved transparency on bills, usage tools, there are many customers that still need direct financial support to help pay their bills. And so in addition to the IQ weatherization program, we offer all customers payment extensions and flexible arrangements. We coordinate closely with local partners that are offering federal assistance like LIHEAP. We have a $50 security deposit cap for income qualified customers. We also have a Friends and Family Direct program, where customers can help someone else with their monthly bill if they want. In addition, since 2018, we've contributed roughly $1.3 million to customer relief programs, including arrearage forgiveness and our Neighbor to Neighbor program. We've also given $8.7 million over the last 5 years in community support through our I&M Foundation. And then I&M's large load tariff, which Andrew will talk about in a minute, includes a $500,000 per year contribution requirement to INCA for bill assistance. So with 3 companies currently participating, that mechanism will deliver $7.5 million in support over the 5-year period. And we also appreciate that HEA 1002 establishes a utility assistance funding program, and we're already taking steps to put that into action. So we've also been encouraging customers that if they think that they're going to have trouble paying their bills that month, to reach out to us before the bill is due so that we can help them explore what assistance options are available. All of the efforts that I just talked about are about making the customer experience simpler and more supportive when people need it most. And so we're seeing that reflected in our customer satisfaction results. 5 years ago, our residential J.D. Power customer satisfaction scores were lagging. We were 4th quartile industry-wide, and we were 14th out of 15th in the Midwest large segment, out of 15 in the Midwest large segment. And with improved reliability, improved communication, smart meter-enabled tools, and a focus on the customer experience, we've seen meaningful gains. And so in 2025, we reached the top of the 2nd quartile industry-wide and 3rd out of 15 in our segment. But we are certainly not doing a victory lap with that by any means, because our work is far from done, and we will continue listening, improving, and finding new ways to support our customers. And that's why we appreciate forums like this and the Commission's focus on affordability. This is a really, really important conversation, and we look forward to continuing to have it with you in the future. And with that, I'll hand it over to Andrew.
As Katie said, we welcome this opportunity this afternoon, so thank you. My name is Andrew Williamson, Vice President of Regulatory and Finance for Indiana Michigan Power. This next slide covers our historical capital investments that we've made in the I&M system over the last 10 years. As everyone is aware, the utility business is a very capital-intensive business, where on average, over this period of time, we have invested approximately $500 to $600 million. When you look across what those major investments have been over this period, on the generation side of our business, they've been focused on extending the life of the Cook nuclear plant, as well as addressing equipment needs to reduce the impact of our generation on the environment. From an energy delivery standpoint, we have invested in programs enhancing reliability and resiliency, which results in a better customer experience in the product that our customers are paying for each month. We've also invested in new technology that protects the grid and customers from outages, and when the power does go out, allows us to restore it more quickly. Additionally, we have made considerable investments to support the safety and the security of the electric system from physical and cyber attacks. Over this same period of time, our rates have generally tracked below the state average. For a residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, they have seen an average of a 4.5% rate increase over this 10-year period. However, it's important to note that bill impacts have actually been lower for our customers as a result of the average customer usage being below this level. Today, the average customer uses approximately 840 kilowatt hours a month. And this usage over this period has declined on average about 7%, meaning the average customer rate increase has been closer to 3.5% a year over this period, which is approximately 1% above the average consumer price index change. So at I&M, a major focus of ours in supporting affordability for our customers has been delivering value through economic development. Economic development is a key tool in supporting lowering the cost of service that our customers experience. Customer growth, as mentioned by other utilities here today, allows the fixed costs to be spread over a larger amount of usage, which thereby reduces the impact that it has on all customers. Indiana has had a long history in supporting economic development, and in recent years, I&M has attracted multiple large businesses to our service territory, which will, over the next 5 years, result in more than doubling our load on the system. This has largely been enabled by the large load tariff that was approved by the Commission in 2024. And it's important to recognize that Indiana was one of the first states in the United States to approve an innovative large load tariff. This was a major step forward in utility regulation and has created new and significant protections for all customers, while also at the same time establishing a transparent set of rules that will apply to large load customers taking service from us today and in the future. So next, we want to discuss what economic development success means to our customers. First, I want to recognize that new load growth means or requires new investment in generation to maintain the resource adequacy and reliability of the system. I&M is focused on a diversified approach that leverages dispatchable resources while also expanding investments in clean and renewable technology. Our approach is deeply rooted in leveraging competitive procurement expertise, and we benefit from being part of the larger AEP enterprise in supporting those efforts. Our focus is on delivering the best resources at the best prices for our customers. And our goal is to reduce our average cost of generation in the short term and over the long term to stabilize that. So importantly, this goal is reflected in our recent commitment to reduce base rates for our customers in our upcoming rate review. We will be filing a rate case this summer under the new House Enrolled Act 1002 framework. I&M will be leading the implementation of multi-year rate plans and performance-based rates for the state of Indiana and in support of the legislature's goals around affordability. Our plan is to leverage this framework and take it a step further by requesting to reduce our base rates in 2027 and propose a mechanism that will allow us to stabilize rates through 2029 on a non-fuel basis. Importantly, I want to recognize that this plan contemplates the new generation I&M expects to add over this same period. Our goal is to meaningfully change the trajectory of customer rates at a time when prices continue to rise for all of us. And this is accomplished by our ability to leverage the economic development growth that we've experienced and will be securing over the next 5 years.
Right, just to close us out, last slide here. So we have a job that never ends. We have a task that you never reach the conclusion, and that's to continually improve the customer experience through improvements to reliability and address affordability and reduce cost everywhere we possibly can. So we're focused on that as an organization and looking forward to learning from others that have presented here today as well. We're trying to improve the customer experience, not just from an affordability standpoint, but also being accessible to our customers. Katie talked about this a little bit. Being innovative and providing personalized support to customers. One customer's need is not the other customer's need, and so we need to be adaptable as an organization to be responsive to individual customer needs. And then the last thing, Andrew mentioned this just a moment ago, but this increase in growth, which was really brought about by tax incentives that the General Assembly passed a couple years ago to bring large loads to the state of Indiana. It's our job to execute on that on behalf of the state and on behalf of the communities we have the privilege to serve, to bring those loads to the state and to do that in a way where that growth benefits all customers. So we're looking forward to that rate filing that Andrew mentioned this summer that will help provide some relief to customers in terms of rates. So that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Dyke, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming today. I appreciate it. And Ms. Runkle, you seem very enthusiastic. So you win for the projection of the voice today. Quick question. You mentioned custom rebates. What's the largest custom rebate that you've given out, or do you know?
Ooh, that is a good question. I have the total number of rebates that I can give you. I don't have the largest per customer, but let me get that in all of my different papers here. So our overall, for last year, our incentives that we gave out were $4 million, about $4.1 million that was to our overall C&I portfolio, and then residential portfolio was 5.8.
Okay, all right, thank you. And if I were to call into a customer service representative and you said I could talk to a person, how quick could they respond to me?
Yeah, so how we're tracking, we actually are tracking that because average speed of answer doesn't necessarily always give you the true picture. So what we're tracking is how long does it take somebody to get to an actual live agent? And that's about, on average, for our customers, 73 seconds. And so we're constantly looking at how we can improve that. But ultimately, our goal is if we're improving the customer experience on the front end, hopefully they'll never have to call because we're able to provide information that they need so that we're answering their questions up front.
Okay. And one other quick question. You talked to, Mr. Baker, you talked about storm hardening. And what is the feasibility of putting lines underground?
Commissioner Dyke, I think I've answered this question I don't know how many times in my career, but in general, it's 3 times the cost of overhead, and that's if it's new construction. So if you're retrofitting existing overhead to underground, it can be 5 times, it can be 10 times. So we've done a lot of this in my career. We've done targeted areas. It's extremely expensive, and it doesn't change the reliability picture for a large group of customers. So it's something we look at all the time. It's one of the tools in our toolkit when we're looking to solve reliability issues or improve system performance in a specific section of the system. I think it's cost prohibitive to do on a large scale basis, but we're always watching and learning from others in the industry. If there's a more efficient way to do that, we certainly have an interest.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Valletta.
Thank you. So, Andrew, how long is the typical contract for the data centers that you were just discussing?
So per our tariff, the contracts have a minimum term of 12 years, but can be up to 17 years with a 5-year load ramp, which represents the period of time from them beginning operation to getting to their full load.
And so when you talk about building generation to serve those new customers, how long are you going to recover the cost of building that new generation over?
So it will vary based on the resource. We've taken a diversified approach in leveraging as many opportunities as we can to acquire existing generation resources, meaning those that are already operating today, that are providing service in PJM, in balancing that with longer-term resources that would be new construction or a new development resource. We've also brought to the commission, and we'll expect to continue to do this, power purchase agreements that would be of various terms as well. So it varies in terms of duration, but our goal is ultimately to manage that to the best of our ability and trying to time it with the customer contracts, but also recognizing that we need to, you got competing priorities with the cost of the resources that you're acquiring as well.
So I know it's hard for you to answer this with a time-specific answer, but is it fair to say there's a time mismatch between the length of time you recover an investment and these contracts that you're entering into with the data centers?
Certainly. And that time mismatch has always existed in the utility business. Prior to the large load terms and conditions of service, the longest contract that we had for any of our customers was approximately 2 years. So it was a significant improvement, but to your point, it doesn't provide exact matching with the incremental resources that are needed to provide service to the load.
And certainly these customers are much larger than traditional commercial and industrial customers that you've done contracts with in the past, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if a large customer that you built infrastructure for decides to leave or significantly reduce their load or energy usage, how do you protect the other customers on the system?
So on the slides that we presented just a bit ago, that occurs through a few different mechanisms that are in our terms and conditions of service. One is the terms and conditions established higher minimum charges, essentially a threshold that whether they use it or not, they have to pay 80% of what they've requested. Second, it puts in place exit fees so that if a customer were to significantly reduce its operations or exit the system, it puts a large financial commitment on their ability to do so. That would be used to offset an incremental cost that would remain on the system. Additionally, the terms and conditions put in place restrictions on how much a customer can reduce their contract capacity commitment. It limits that flexibility to 20%. And also puts in place stronger credit and collateral provisions. So it's addressed through a number of different factors in the large load terms and conditions of service.
What is going to happen to your fuel costs as you transition to having gas on your system?
So our fuel costs will certainly rise on average. Over the last 10 years or so, they've probably been closer to $12 to $15 a megawatt hour, which is significantly below even past market prices that have been, historically low. So as we add more gas, the average cost will go up, but it's also important to recognize that the additional load will spread those costs over a larger base.
One more quick question, and I'll turn it over to the other commissioners. So in July 2025, Governor Braun signed Senate Bill 422 into law, which requires utilities to evaluate newer, often cheaper technologies that can increase capacity of existing transmission lines rather than building new ones. Have you evaluated any of these technologies, and if so, what were the results?
We have, Commissioner, we've looked at this closely from a corporate standpoint. We think there's some opportunities there. We're not sure that what the government estimates are for increased capacity really will match reality, but it is a part of our calculus. Anytime we're looking to increase transmission line capacity, station capacity, generation capacity, that we look at these technologies and see if there's an application and if that makes sense economically for our customers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. improvement you guys have made on your JD Power scores is impressive. What are you doing that nobody else is doing?
I can't speak to the others, but what I can speak to is what we're doing. And so I think, one, obviously the reliability numbers, I mean, that is, like we said, table stakes for our customers. So their lights are staying on more. Communication and how we're approaching the customer experience. So we have really tried to reformat, make it easier for customers to find information, understand it, because we know utility jargon is not verbiage that people, typically understand. So we're trying to make it much easier, and then constantly listening to our customers. So we dive into that data and we look at all the pain points and say, okay, where can we make a tweak here? Can our operations teams do a better job on estimated times of restoration? Those types of things, and it's something that we're constantly looking at.
Where are your customer service representatives based?
So they're all throughout our service territory. So we have them spread out all in our different jurisdictions for our local teams. And then we do have a call center support, and that's spread out among AEP's different territories. But we do have some based in Fort Wayne.
So if I'm a customer in Fort Wayne and I call customer service, I may get someone in Fort Wayne, I may get someone in Columbus. It depends on who's available when.
Correct. We're trying to get it to where we have dedicated customer reps for I&M customers, but if there's overflow need or something like that, they might get somebody else. If they are signing up for those virtual appointments, those are going directly to our team, our I&M team members. So we are trying to have those options so they can get directly to somebody on our team.
What are you doing to make sure that customer service reps, say in Ohio, are giving accurate information when someone calls and says, what's this delivery charge, or what does the PJM off-system sales rider mean?
Absolutely. So we have robust scripts that we put together for our call center reps. So if somebody's calling in from a place, they can type that in and then it will pull up the information. I will tell you, we're not perfect at that. And so we're looking at, are there other technology options to help them analyze bills better? We also, because we saw such an uptick this last year on people calling about bills, there's actually a team that is dedicated to just high bill calls. And so they know deeply our bills and the other operating companies' bills so they can better answer. And if for some reason they can't, they will escalate it to our team and we'll step in and provide deeper level service.
About how old is your billing system?
It is about 30 years old, so.
At least 30 years old. And it has become a problem for us. We're going to have to upgrade our billing system. And we've done some evaluations, and kind of the traditional path is you find an off-the-system shelf or off-the-shelf system, and you use one of a handful of vendors to do that. We're actually going to leverage AI, and we have entered into an agreement corporately for AEP to begin looking at building a tool that has much more functionality and variability based on customer need and differences state by state and jurisdiction by jurisdiction. So the price of replacing that system traditionally is kind of staggering. So we think the AI approach is going to produce a better set of results for our customers, not only in terms of responsiveness and availability of information, flexibility, but also cost. So we're still evaluating that, but that's the path that we're going to take. It has to be replaced near term.
And what is your time frame for making all that happen?
We're looking at probably a 5-year time frame, and we'll phase that in. We'll be careful to test this in some places before we go wider. There's all sorts of stories in our industry about customer information system change-outs that have gone awry and created all sorts of problems and extra costs. So we're going to try to heed those lessons from others in industry and some of the mistakes we've made as an organization over time as well.
Commissioner Ziegner.
Wanted to take a deeper dive. I'm sure, Steve, you'll find not surprised by this, about the tree trimming cycle. You're on a 4-year cycle. Are you keeping up with that, or are you behind, or what's the current status?
No, we are on a 4-year cycle, Commissioner, you're correct, and we're on track there. And it has made a significant difference in terms of system reliability and our ability to recover after a weather event. So when you look at those duration numbers that are going down on the 5-year graph, and you look at the frequency of outages going down, same graph, a big portion of that improvement is renewed focus and thorough work on our tree trimming cycle.
Customers can be pretty passionate about
sir.
their trees and stuff. What kind of outreach are you doing prior to going through your trimming cycle to make sure that they're informed of what's going on and when it'll happen, things of that nature?
So I have some of the worst customer experiences, and they were well-deserved, I've ever been a part of in my career is when we've done a bad job on vegetation management or cutting someone's trees without working through that with the customer. So what we do is we actually talk to virtually every customer if it's on a premise and there's property. Some of the stuff is on right-of-way, and that's much harder to do. But where there's a business or there's a residence, we're talking to that individual customer before we trim, and we're explaining what we're going to do, what time frame we're going to do this. And it's not unusual for us to negotiate some sort of a different outcome with customers around trimming to try to be mindful of the vegetation on the property.
What kind of outreach do you do? You talked about individual customers. What kind of outreach are you doing through the press, through local media in terms of, hey, this is coming? If you have questions, here's a number you can call, things.
Are doing, our communications team then, in addition to the individual outreach, they're doing broader communications around where we're doing tree trimming. And that actually is something in the J.D. Power Customer Satisfaction Survey. Did you see or did you know that your utility did vegetation management? And we've seen a huge increase in that score and that awareness because of these broader communications. So that would be letters. Nextdoor is a great way to get the word out to different neighborhoods as well, social media and other channels. But it just depends on what the project is and where it is, what channel we use.
Do you leave physical notices when an area is going to be trimmed, like say in the next week or so, or you let folks know?
Door hangers. We leave door hangers to let them know. If we missed a customer and need to have a conversation with them. They weren't there when we came by, but to give them notice as well, physical notice that we're going to be in the area.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
An anecdote comes to me from a mayor friend of mine who was implementing the stormwater separation bill in his community, the federal stormwater. He had 98% of the work done. And he was going to spend as much on that 2% to come fully in compliance with that law as he did on the 98%. And the reason I share that, in our world of the 5 pillars, where we're balancing affordability, reliability, sustainability, environmental, and all 5 of them, when you're fighting for reliability and power, what's that cost to go from where we at 92 to 84 in that customer satisfaction? And the outages barely moved, and that becomes a real cost to the consumer. And I guess the question that I've asked other utilities, how far are we going? And I know at times it never feels like far enough on reliability, but there's a huge cost structure in there, and there's only so much you can do to harden that reliability when a tornado goes down a street and wipes out poles. Is it out of balance? Are we doing enough? Are you doing too much? I just would like a comment on that to match this affordability cry that we're getting from ratepayers right now.
It's a really good question, and it's something we pay attention to all the time, especially on reliability. If we're going to move, say, either the duration of outages, say a minute or 2, will customers even notice that difference? So it's a balancing point. We're focusing on where we're going to get the biggest bang for the dollar spent in terms of making investments or incurring expenses on our customers' behalf on system maintenance. So where the system is performing well, where the system is at our averages or below, those are lower on our list of areas to spend money on. But to answer the question earlier about overhead and underground, it's a perfect example of that. So if we buried big portions of the distribution system or even buried the transmission system, it would avoid some outages. But would that improvement in reliability versus the rate impact, the bill impact, be worth it for the customer. So that's kind of an extreme example, but we have all sorts of decisions we make all the time about how far is too far and how good is good. I mean, at what point is it diminishing returns to continue to make investments? Something we've got to continue to challenge ourselves on.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. Councilor Gray?
Thank you, Chairman. Andrew, I think you mentioned, or you did mention, rate stabilization until 2029, and I'm assuming that's the 3 years of the multi-rate year plan.
That is correct.
What do you mean by rate stabilization?
So what we're planning on proposing in the upcoming rate case is to reduce our base rates in the first year and then propose a mechanism that, if approved by the commission, would allow us to keep our non-fuel rates the same through that 3-year period. And then that could be reevaluated in the next multi-year rate filing.
Thank you for that clarification. Why has I&M chosen not to do T-6?
So a good question, and it's something that we've evaluated a number of times. You may recall that we did make a filing early on, and that filing ended up not getting approved. But in large part, over the last 10 years, we've filed a general rate case about every 2 years. And that's allowed for a regular review of our distribution investments that we've been making in our system. So it's allowed us, in essence, to accomplish what we similarly accomplished through TDSIC.
Thank you. With regard to, from my understanding, and PJM, and don't even want to go there, charges, AEP is still subject to NITS or Network Integration Transmission Service, correct? How does AEP on a corporate level decide to push those costs down to I&M and its other companies? And do you have an opportunity to argue on behalf of I&M ratepayers to change that allocation?
So from a transmission standpoint, you're right. We're part of a broader AEP system, which would include Indiana and Michigan for I&M, then Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, and a little bit of Tennessee. The way PJM operates is that's considered one zone within PJM, one transmission zone. So when PJM charges for transmission service within that zone, it's a reflection of an aggregation of all the costs that are incurred by any of the transmission owners in that zone in supporting the delivery system. So in terms of I&M service territory, we work very closely with the transmission organization in evaluating project needs and making decisions on where we're investing and how we're prioritizing dollars for the benefit of our customers. But then from a PJM standpoint, ultimately the charges reflect the aggregate investment that's being made across the system and the cost allocation methodologies that PJM has in place that have been approved by FERC.
Thank you. Do I have turning to DSM programs, not all DSM programs need to be cost effective. Is that correct? The low income.
Yeah, certainly if you're looking at it on a portfolio basis.
Has I&M considered ensuring all measures are cost-effective and pass the appropriate cost-benefit analysis? It seems to me through the years we're moving more toward, we used to see cost-benefit numbers much higher than what they are now, and they're moving down to, and I understand the low-hanging fruit and all of that is gone. But these are expensive programs that ratepayers are funding. So I need to take a look at these. The cost-benefit analysis, the numbers are being reduced as, they're less and less. And so each kilowatt hour saved is costing ratepayers more money. And so I didn't know if you've considered whether there are other things that might be cost effective, or, and I'll just throw this out there, one of the things that looking at as far as how much it costs ratepayers for these kilowatt savings, and one of these days I'm going to do the analysis of how long or how much do we have to spend in the DSM programs that would save building some type of plant generation. I'll do that later. And one of the things that I've been looking at in making those calculations, that I&M provides major appliances for free, and those cost quite a bit of money that other ratepayers are paying. And does it get to the point where the free major appliances are saving enough kilowatt hours to make sense? So those are the types of things I'd maybe like for you to touch on just briefly.
Yeah, and so, as far as free appliances, I know that we do rebates for appliances. I don't think there's any that I can think of where we do a free, full appliance. But what I will say is we do a cost-benefit analysis for all of our programs, and obviously when we go through the regulatory process, there are many different stakeholders involved, and everyone has different ideas of what's the right kind of program, et cetera. So we're trying to balance all of those viewpoints as to what everybody thinks is best for customers. What we're looking at is overall portfolio, is it cost effective? We would like that to be. There might be some line items like maybe some IQ programs that aren't, but as long as the overall portfolio is cost effective, you're seeing that benefit there. But it's certainly something that if there's other ideas, other ways, or other places that the money makes more sense, we want to look at all of those things, best practices. I know we look at best practices across other utilities throughout the country to say, are there better programs? Are there different programs? What are people doing today? And so certainly, we're open to any of those ideas.
I appreciate that. Lost revenues and shareholder savings are pretty hard to give up sometimes, but I think we need to take a look at what's the best use of ratepayer dollars.
Yeah.
Very good. Anyone else? Commissioner Valletta.
Thank you. So how does your allowed ROE impact your capital investment plan?
So generally speaking, Commissioner, the allowed ROE hasn't been a major consideration. The capital investments that we're making in the system are really driven by need on the distribution system, the transmission system, requirements that we have to invest in existing generation, requirements that we have to acquire new generation. So that's the main driver, not the ROE. But as you well know, the cost of equity, there are expectations from an investment community standpoint, and we are operating in a capital-intensive industry where in order to support the significant capital investments that we need to make, having a reasonable and fair ROE is very important. So, but the ROEs that we've had in place over time have not impacted those investments.
Could impact credit ratings, which could impact cost of capital, which could impact affordability.
That's right.
So there's a play there, but it's not a decision-making point for us when we're selecting projects, especially projects that benefit customers.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate before we, or if you could verify some comments you've already made before we wrap up here. This obviously has come about with some short-term problems. We're listening to consumers that have just filled the phones and filled the lines with our Consumer Affairs Division, as well as Councilor Gray and her agency at the OUCC. Just re-speak and verify what you commit to or what you have committed to in financial support that you already have in place. If there are any plans that you are looking at and how we might be able to, or if there's any thoughts of increasing any of those at this time.
Yeah, so I can recap what we've done in the past and then what we're doing moving forward. So as I mentioned, we have the $50 security deposit cap for income qualified customers. We have contributed roughly $1.3 million since 2018 to relief programs. We also have a foundation where we've given $8.7 million over the last 5 years. We have our large load tariff that includes the $500,000 per year contribution requirement from those customers to INCA for bill assistance. And then as part of House Enrolled Act 1002, we do have the utility assistance funding program that we'll be putting into action as well. Anything else I missed?
And then you committed to sharing some of the large load tariff to customers. That was a press release you put out shortly after we did that. What was that amount, approximately?
In terms of the large load tariff itself, it's a public document. We have a commission order on the large load tariff. Chairman, is that your question?
It's just the press release that you announced shortly after we announced this.
Oh, the press release itself was for our plan to make a rate filing this summer, where we'll request a mechanism to reduce rates in 2027 and then hold those rates steady 28 and 29. So a step above and beyond really the minimums of House Bill 1002.
That would be for the ratepayers. Would that also include municipal wholesale contracts?
Sorry, Chairman, could you please repeat that question? Make sure I
You're
understand.
holding the rates for for residential ratepayers. Presumably, will that get into wholesale ratepayers, like people that you supply energy to for municipal contracts, those sorts of things?
Okay, thank you for that. Our wholesale customers, they have a formula rate cost of service. Essentially, at the end of the day, they pay the same costs that our retail customers pay based on how those change from year to year as reported in our FERC Form 1.
So the plan would be the same for everyone, virtually?
Virtually, but those are generation-only contracts, so they would be influenced specifically by the change in the generation cost.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Councilor Gray? You good? All right. Thank you very much. We'll take 5 minutes here to transition I&M out and bring CenterPoint in. Thank you very much for being here. All right, our final hearing of the day. This is Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's investigative inquiry on energy affordability that is taking place on March 24th, 2026 in the IURC Judicial Courtroom 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street in Indianapolis, Indiana. This meeting is an opportunity for the Commission and OUCC to ask questions and gather information from the utilities on the topic of energy affordability. Public comments will not be accepted during today's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed via the Commission's YouTube channel, and the agenda, along with presentations for today, are available on the Commission's website. We are now joined by representatives from CenterPoint Energy, Indiana, who will give a 15 to 20-minute presentation, followed by about 40 minutes of question and answer by the Commission and the OUCC. Thank you for joining us today. Please begin by introducing yourselves, and then you may commence with your presentation.
Good afternoon. Chairman Zay, Commissioners, Consumer Counselor Gray, on behalf of CenterPoint.
If I could stop you real briefly, we have been having problems with the mics. Please lean into them so everybody can hear you and so they can hear you streaming online. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
No problem. I'll get a little closer. There we go. On behalf of CenterPoint Energy, thanks for the opportunity to present today. We look forward to the conversation. Before I begin, let me introduce our panel, as well as other CenterPoint leaders that are with us today in the room. I'm Mike Rader, and I have the privilege of serving as president of the Indiana region. With me today at the table, I have Shane Bradford, Vice President of Indiana Electric, and Matt Rice, Director of Indiana Electric Regulatory and Rates. Also with us in the room today, Heather Watts, Katie Teakin, Lori Thornton, and Taylor Hollenbeck. We've got our slide up here just to orient you with our service territory, but I know you all are familiar with that, so I will continue on. Today you'll hear us talk about 4 themes. 1, the benefits to our customers of a $50 million electric bill reduction resulting from legislation specific to CenterPoint Energy. 2, how we're pursuing large load and regional growth to further reduce electric bills for our customers by potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. 3, more transparent bills and better communication that fully leverage the technology and the data we have, allowing customers to adjust their usage and avoid being surprised by their bill. And 4, natural gas bill benefits in southwestern Indiana in a proceeding we'll initiate later this year, which will benefit our combo electric and gas customers that get a joint bill. We have a few slides that will provide some additional clarity on the topics you encouraged us to address, organized around affordability, investments, and focus on our customers. While our remarks will be electric focused, we have included natural gas information to help tell a full story of our investments and how those investments are benefiting all our customers. I've been with our Indiana utility for about 27 years now, and I can assure you that affordability has always been and continues to be a major focus for our 154,000 electric customers in southwest Indiana that we have the privilege to serve. As you can see, we have initiated a number of affordability actions. From 2011 until 2025, we had strict management focus on flat, controllable expenses. And we've already voluntarily reduced rates the past 3 years through our securitization actions long before affordability was a regular household word. I just want to pause on the securitization point for a second and emphasize our bill reduction here. We proactively lowered customer bills using a tool no one else in the state has attempted to use. In 2021, we asked the legislature for a unique securitization pilot. Rather than earn an allowed return on an expensive and aging generation plant, the legislature listened and passed SEA 386, and we implemented immediate bill relief beginning in 2023, with total projected savings to exceed $50 million for our customers. That action has reduced residential bills about $5 a month and saved our industrial customers about $3,200 a month. Benefits that are similar to landing a large load customer in the region. In our 2023 electric case, the first one in 14 years, we used additional affordability actions to help. We are passing back to customers 100% of excess energy sales. We are recycling 6 million tons of ash pond waste and passing those proceeds from the sale of the ash back to customers, also unique in the state. And we've created economic development tariffs, helping our existing customers meet their own individual goals and positioning the region for future success. More recently, in the fall of '25, we made a series of affordability commitments, including stable rates through 2027, investing $5 million in new programs to help various customer groups, and launched a new series of customer engagements we call Community Connects. Our new $5 million programs are a direct response to ongoing conversations and requests from Southwest Indiana local elected officials, including Evansville Mayor Stephanie Terry. Time may not allow us to take a deep dive into each one of these, but our Community Connect sessions in our service territory have allowed customers to talk with us directly, receive assistance, and learn more about their bills. And we look forward to continuing those in new ways throughout this year. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Shane to discuss some of the investments that are benefiting our customers.
Thanks, Mike. Over the past decade, CenterPoint has invested approximately $4.6 billion across our electric and gas systems to support safe and reliable service for our customers. I've highlighted a few of the major of those investments. On the generation side, we've added 650 megawatts of new capacity through the A.B. Brown gas-fired and Posey solar resources. These investments were made to replace aging coal-fired generation that would have required significant capital to continue operating under current environmental regulations while maintaining system reliability. These additions support a balanced generation mix, including continued operation of Cully Unit 3, following our decision to pause the conversion of that unit from coal to gas-fired to manage customer affordability. We've also made significant investments to meet mandated environmental and gas system requirements, including CCR ash pond closures, ELG wastewater controls, and bare steel and cast iron replacement. And on the infrastructure side, we've invested through our TDSIC programs to modernize electric and gas transmission and distribution systems, primarily focused on replacing aging, end-of-life equipment, and improving system performance. Overall, these are necessary investments to maintain a safe and reliable system. As we've made these investments, the cost to build this infrastructure has increased at a rate above inflation over time. Similar to what our peers have shared, the cost to build electric and gas infrastructure has changed over the past decade. The key takeaway here is that construction costs have increased materially and broadly across the system. These increases are not isolated by any one category, but reflected through broader cost pressures, including labor cost escalations, increases in material cost, particularly steel, aluminum, and copper, contractor availability and demand for skilled resources, and ongoing supply chain constraints. And with these cost increases, we've remained focused on only necessary investments that support safe, reliable, and cost-effective service for our customers. An example is the result of our electric T-District investments. We focused on replacing aging transmission and distribution assets, as well as implementing distribution automation to improve system performance. As a result, equipment-related SAIDI has improved 57%. Equipment-related SAFE is down approximately 44%, reflecting fewer outages. And distribution automation has avoided approximately 8 million outage minutes. In short, these investments are delivering measurable improvements in both the average frequency and duration of outages for our customers. With that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Shane. So as Shane mentioned, construction costs continue to rise, but what did not rise for over a decade were customer bills. If you look at 2011, that was the last time we had an electric rate case prior to the most recent one, and bills were about $1,500 for your CenterPoint Energy electric bill. If you look across the board until you get to 2026, the income for customers in Vanderburgh County has continued to rise. So that's on the tops of the bars. The line in the middle shows the percentage of median household income in Vanderburgh County as a part of the money that they pay for their electric bill. It was 3.5% in 2011, and today it's about 3.4%. If you noticed on that graph, there was a jump up between 2023 and 2026. We tried to make that as gradual as possible, implementing rates in phases. Part of that, the logic for that was to avoid post and service carrying costs. And we estimate that saved customers over $30 million by implementing the bulk of the increase in the summer of 2025. Unfortunately, extreme weather also hit at that time. On the blue portion of the graph, you'll see the expected usage by customer under normal weather conditions. So these are average weather conditions over 20 years. Kind of the aqua blue on the tops of the bars are the consumption that customers had during this extreme weather. And it cost them an additional $44 between June and August. Unfortunately, 2025, as we continued to roll in our rate case rates, we had another bad weather season. That was in the winter when extreme weather caused $36 more on a customer bill. So we know that there are customers that struggle to pay their CenterPoint bill. And we've been listening to customers in our Community Connects. I can attest to many of their stories. And part of the reason why we are out in front is to talk about some of the things that we've been doing to help customers and make sure that they can connect the dots and how it might help their lives. One thing we've been doing is tailored payment solutions for customers. We look for customers that might be behind on their bills, reach out to them, have a conversation. If their income is sufficiently low, we can even extend their payment arrangement beyond 12 months. And we've been connecting this with the levelized bill program. That's the foundation of our enhancements to our budget bill program as we look to complying with the House Enact Bill 1002. We plan to take that approach where a customer that might be behind, spread that past due payment over a 12-month period in order to help them stay connected. If, heaven forbid, somebody should become disconnected, we are not going to require the full amount due to reconnect, but what we would do is, again, ask for that past due amount for their levelized payment in order to reconnect. The Customer Assistance Fund is something that we established in 2024 and ramped up in 2025. This is a income assistance program that's designed to hit that asset limited income constrained employed customer. In short, these are folks that don't meet the LIHEAP requirements, but they're still having a hard time making ends meet. Finally, I'll mention the TimeWise pilot. This is a time of use rate program with a little bit different design than some of our peers. We have pushed the savings potential entirely into the summer for customers. At that time, if a customer is willing to push their energy consumption to nights, mornings, weekends, the base rate will be about half of what all standard residential customers use. So for 80% of the hours in the summer, customers have the opportunity to have a half-priced rate. This program also includes a critical peak pricing component, which is like demand response, but we would show a very strong price signal where that price would go up quite a bit in order to incent customers to use energy in an off-peak hour. We will work with customers and communicate, educate, make sure that they are ready for those events. We have also worked on bill transparency, particularly on the electric side. With the recent rate case, we agreed to break out one line item into 4 components, the major components of a customer bill. The customer facility charge is a low fixed fee, and then there's a variable base charge. These are the 2 charges that were approved in the most recent rate case. We've taken the base fuel amount and the FAC rider and combined that for fuel charges for customers so they can understand how much it's costing for coal, gas, market power purchases. And then we take the rest of the bill and put that into adjustments. If a customer would like a more detailed bill, it is printed on each bill how to request that from us, and we will be glad to give it to them. We have worked hard to make sure that customers understand these components and even included the definitions on the bill for customers.
Thanks, Matt. We have some new tools and ideas for 2026 that will help our Southwest Indiana electric customers. As Matt said, we have a relatively new bill format. However, we will use time this year to do some focus groups and gather direct feedback from our group of volunteer customers we call our Customer Experience Collaborative to consider even more clear bill details for our customers. We're also on track to deliver levelized billing for our LIHEAP customers as required by law. As a quick aside, our other new requirements of the law that we already offer to customers include a customer assistance fund, more reconnect flexibility, and bill transparency. We're adding additional options for customers this year, such as pick your draft date, allowing customers flexibility on when payments are made on a monthly basis. Also, a new tool that we're rolling out this year is highlighted on this slide. Today, our customers may choose to see the amount of energy consumed, but there's no correlation to the price. We will begin sending customers weekly emails that show personalized consumption and bill impact data. This will allow customers the ability to adjust usage and better control their bill before it arrives. This is a huge improvement over what they have today and allows customers flexibility to take action. Finally, on this slide, I wanted to highlight for folks to know that we're looking at creative regulatory ideas too. As you may know, state law will require us to make a late 2026 filing with our gas businesses. And we are considering a combination of the rates such that it will bring a customer bill benefit to Southwest Indiana. We operate these businesses as one unit and believe a single rate will benefit Southwest Indiana customers, most of whom receive a combination gas and electric bill. I also want to spend a minute on our growth story. As you can see, we've seen customer growth remain flat for many years, but we have the capacity to grow and to add large load customers in our region. We are committed to helping the region grow, bringing benefit of jobs, tax base, and economic vitality to Southwest Indiana. Toyota's $200 million expansion announcement just yesterday in Gibson County is the latest example of our team's focus. Working with the customer, we made infrastructure investments to make the job-creating expansion a possibility. In addition, we are leading active conversations with a variety of potential customers interested in our river communities, including some large load customers. While any final deal may change and the exact customer benefit may change with it, it is clear that landing one of these customers will benefit all existing customers. In fact, our preliminary modeling suggests that a large load customer may reduce current customer bills by about $250 million or more over 15 years. This customer type would also pay incremental generation and transmission expenses and add tremendous tax benefits to schools and local units of government. Wrapping up, I hope you see our historic, ongoing, and renewed commitment to affordability, our focus to keep rates stable, and that we are actively engaging and listening to our customers and will continue to provide new tools for them to help address day-to-day energy use. From strengthening the grid to prioritizing the impact of affordability, we want you to know that we are committed to continuing to deliver safe, more reliable, and more resilient energy to the customers and communities across Indiana that we're privileged to serve. Our securitization efforts continue to lower bills. We're aggressively working to land large load customers, and we will continue our focus on customer transparency. With that, we'll be happy to take additional questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll start at this end with Commissioner Valletta. You're not ready? Okay. Anybody ready? I think we're tired. Commissioner Ziegner.
Detail for me as much as you can what your tree trimming cycles are. It's a subject near and dear to my heart, as I said. What kind of cycle are you on? Are you in front, behind? What kind of outreach do you do to your customers?
Yep, glad to take that, and probably Shane will be best equipped to help answer that.
Yes, thank you for the question. Our tree trimming cycle, we have about 3,000 overhead distribution miles, and we try to do those on a 20% on a 5-year basis. Right now, we completed 20% last year, and we're on target to complete 20% this year.
What kind of outreach do you do to your customers prior to tree trimming in a certain area of the service territory?
We try to outreach to our customers to let them know that we are doing trimming in the area, especially in a distribution or a residential area where we don't have a lot of easement. But when we're out in the rural areas, we probably don't do it as much as we should.
Commissioner Dyke.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here too. I'm probably one of the only CenterPoint customers here, aren't I? Both gas and electric, but I appreciate you being here. And I invite any of you to come to like basketball games with me or baseball games or football games, because everybody wants to come and sit with me and talk about rates, about their energy rates. So the question I have for you is, there's been some large capital investments over the last few years. People's bills have gone up and profits have gone up. And I'd like to know what you're doing internally for your budgets to lower your budget, tighten your belt, just like all the other ratepayers are in the CenterPoint territory, because they're suffering right now.
Yeah, appreciate the question. And I know some of our team occasionally do bump into you at local events.
They do.
I've heard that.
They don't buy the popcorn, though.
Right, understood. But I appreciate the question. I would answer that by providing 2 or 3 examples. One, as I mentioned, we had a focus on what we called internally flat to 12. So we had O&M flat for about 14 years preceding our last rate case. That was a very deliberate action to make sure in the face of these rising costs that Shane referenced, that we're able to try to maintain kind of stable costs that we can control. On an annual basis internally, we have a 1% to 2% decrease O&M target that we actively manage to on an annual basis. And then I would also point out, we have these affordability actions that we have rolled out beginning last year, including some avoided costs that we, uneconomical generation projects that we didn't pursue, and some of the creative things that we're thinking about, such as combining the rates of our two gas businesses that may produce a benefit for Southwest Indiana. So hopefully that provides some level of detail as to what we're doing to try to hold cost and bend cost down for customers.
Okay. What was the overall cost of running your coal plants for the DOE emergency order? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We, as you may know, we just recently, as of yesterday, in fact, received another order for another 90-day extension. But I'll see if Shane would like to give an estimate on our costs.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in the first 90 days, the first couple of months, we are averaging about $1.2 million on a daily operation. Now that will vary based on how much we operate up or down, right? As we get into the second 90 days, we will most likely take a planned outage, which will also have an additional cost to it, and it doesn't include any type of significant type of outages for failures of those sorts right now. But right now, we're averaging about $1.2 million per month.
And if I could maybe just follow up on that real quick, as you may know, in our last rate case, we had planned for Cully 2 to stop running at the end of 25. And so those costs are not currently in rates. So obviously we're tracking and complying with the DOE order, but today customers are not paying for the Cully 2 extensions.
Okay. One other question before you pass it on, Mr. Chairman. Delivery or distribution cost of your gas. A lot of people ask about that, and I think we asked NIPCO about explaining distribution cost. How would you, or how do you respond to distribution cost when a ratepayer asks that question?
Yeah, Matt, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'll try. I'm the electric guy, but as far as I know, there's a line item on the bill where we lump a lot of charges together. That includes the gas cost adjustment, the fixed charge. There's a USF that helps with low-income customers' energy efficiency, but there's several riders that's line itemed in one portion of the bill. As I mentioned, customers, if they would like to learn more, we will talk to them and provide them with that detailed bill. And as Mike mentioned, we'll reevaluate that and see if there's a way to provide more transparency on that side of the fence too.
Okay, and Mr. Rice, that leads me to another question. When people call in, are your customer service representatives in Evansville, or are they somewhere else, or where are they located now?
We do have customer service reps in Evansville. We have billing agents in Evansville. They are not all in Evansville, and I can't tell you what that split is, but there's a large number of customer service reps that do live in our community.
And have you seen a large or high influx of calls this past year?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. I think in 2025, our average speed of answer was just over a minute, and we were trending about 2 minutes through most of this year. I will say in the last, I'll call it 30 days, give or take, that we have seen longer hold times, more calls, a lot more calls about explaining the bill, which those calls can take a little longer for agents to handle. But we do train our agents on the details of the bill and how to help explain what might be driven by weather or other consumption habits that may impact customer bills.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Swinger.
Thank you. On page 8, or on slide 8 rather, you have the energy burden chart, and I have a couple of questions about that. One is you don't have the bars or the numbers on there for 2024 or 2025. Could you get us an updated chart that specifies those years?
Sure. Yeah, I can update that.
That would be great. The other question about that chart is, do the figures include sales tax?
No, they do not include sales tax.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
The customizable bill dates you mentioned, is that something where you could, say, pick one date for gas, one for electric, or is it just set up where you can only get one for both?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Where we are right now is being able to pick your draft date for the combo bill. I think that as we look at a bill redesign and other tools, we are open to looking at ways to make that even more flexible for customers.
And on a different subject, have you guys seen an increase in customer requests for in-home energy efficiency audits? And how have the response times been going on getting back to folks who ask for those?
Yeah, I think at a high level, I would say that our energy efficiency teams are probably busier than they've ever been. A couple examples I would give you at these Community Connect sessions, they typically are partnered with us, and they have the most activity probably of anybody signing up folks for home energy audits, for example. And I'm not aware that we have a backlog, but I'm happy to double check that and get back to you. I think they're handling appointments timely as far as I'm aware.
And just one other question. With you mentioned that the customer growth has been rather flat in southwestern Indiana, but I would assume that you're seeing significant growth for the North Territory and the Indianapolis suburbs. Could you comment on how that helps you with economies of scale?
Yeah, that's a great question, and actually is one of the drivers for our consideration of combining the rates on our gas businesses. There, as you can imagine, there are areas in our North Territory that may not enjoy the growth that the donut counties around Marion County do enjoy, and yet they may benefit from the growth that is spread across more customers in Central Indiana. So we're studying that right now to figure out when you combine those rates, if there's a way for rural, urban growth, low growth communities to have sort of a mutual benefit from that combined rate.
Commissioner Valletta.
Thank you. So as we move into multi-year rate plans and PBR, what's going to happen to your trackers?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think we're studying that right now. I think that when I think about the multi-year rate plan especially, it seems like there may be less pressure or need to continue some of the trackers as we march down, 2 and 3 year multi-year rate plans. But I don't think we quite know that yet until we sort of get into the first cycle of those multi-year plans.
So would you be open to like a comprehensive review of trackers to try to determine which ones maybe could be consolidated or just done away with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, from my standpoint, I think a lot of those trackers already provide some transparency behind them, but a review that might give even more transparency and even more confidence in either the tracker or the ability to collapse it, as you suggest, I think we'd be wide open to that.
And to follow up on some of your comments about load growth, are you looking at trying to match up like the interest with customers, the length of contract that they would like with the resources you would go out and acquire versus like building something as utilities typically do and putting it into rates?
Yeah, and I'll give an answer, and Shane may choose to build on this a little bit here, but some of the conversations we're in now absolutely look at available transmission versus what might have to be built and therefore paid for by a new customer. So like we are considering all those things through the lens of what would be the least impactful for all our existing customers. I don't know if there's anything else you'd want to share there.
I just would on the generation side, would we be looking at the same thing? What could we build, and then what could we do bilaterally to meet the customer's needs based on the contract that they want to see? That's what we're kind of weighing all those options out.
I guess that was kind of what I was getting at was like with the contracting piece. Like if you have somebody that wants to to be around like in the next 15 years, does it make sense to build a 30-year asset and then potentially have this stranded asset cost on your system? So it sounds like, is that something you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's based on what's out there, right? And if there's not a lot of generation out there to do the kind of bilateral agreement within our service territory where it's not far from a congestion standpoint, those are the things we're trying to iron out now as we talk to these large customers.
And so one more question on this. So because there isn't a lot of stuff out there and because you're going to have to pay a lot of money for whatever you go get, how do you make sure that that cost, when it gets put into your system cost, doesn't raise up the average cost for everyone else that's a customer on the system?
Yeah, I think I can assure you that all these conversations that we're having are through those lenses exactly. And so the devil will be in the detail, right? Well, what will the contracts look like? What will the filing, when we bring it before the commission, what will that look like? But we will absolutely be making sure that the growth that we want to bring to Southwest Indiana has a benefit to existing customers and not a cost.
And would you be considering like trying to find some like mechanism for isolating that risk from your customers? Because you are a relatively small utility.
Yeah, I think, again, the contract details are still being discussed, but I think that we would bring something before the commission that clearly delineates the cost the customer would be paying versus the benefit to all the other customers.
Thank you.
On one of your slides, you referenced a 1.3 billion gas compliance cost. Can you elaborate on that? Were those federal mandates that caused that compliance cost?
Like Matt, I'm probably not the best person to answer the gas side of the business, but yes, I do believe that those were mandated costs.
And then what, through quick analysis in our Consumer Affairs Division, based on complaints, I found it compelling that the top two had combined electric and gas rates. Have you given any consideration that, I mean, there was some talk about picking the date of when to pay that, but was there any consideration of billing at different times, choosing pay dates on different dates for each one of those? I just found it interesting that of the thousands of complaints we've received, that the top two were ones that both had both of those on one bill. And I have a sense that maybe that is what's confusing some of the customers. And if one goes up, they're saying their electric goes out, but really it's their gas, and vice versa. And I just don't know if there's some clarity there in the transparency of billing.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. I think I would agree with that. We have looked at combining these in the past. As we look at additional customer enhancements for the bill, I think we'll look at ways to break that apart for the customer's benefit, perhaps giving them that option. So I think that continues to be on our list of items to consider for customers. Matt, I don't know if there's anything else you'd want to add there.
No, I just agree. Customers, they don't distinguish between the gas and electric portion of the bill. When we used to do customer research, at least when I was in charge of that group, that was something that we found out pretty clearly.
Thank you. At this time, we'll turn it over to Councilor Gray for some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. On slide 4, the prioritizing affordability, the first point there, you said 2-year electric rate stability through 2027. I'm a little confused about what 2 years you're talking about there. Is it 26 and 27?
Yeah, fair question. So that's the commitment that we rolled out in the fall. Once we got through the 23 rate case, which we are now through, that we would commit to stable rates through 2027. And it perhaps could have been or may have been longer, but House Bill 1002 will require us to come in for a multi-year plan in 2028. So that's why we say through 2027.
Okay, it just says 2028. There's no quarter assigned to the utilities.
I believe the law is prescriptive on when we come in, and I believe our time slot is Q1 of 2028.
Thank you. But the rate stability, am I wrong that phase 2 from the rate case just was implemented?
That's correct. Matt, you want to give some detail there?
Yeah, the final phase of the rate case was implemented just earlier this month.
Okay, then I don't understand how there can be rate stability through 2027.
Yeah, fair question. What we've tried to signal to customers is once we completed the rate case, which we've now done, that we will maintain stable rates through 27. And in effect, by the time the multi-year plan is filed, obviously we'll be well into 28 before there would be ever any consideration for additional bill changes.
I saw a complaint from a customer, and I'm not, casting aspersions on anyone. I don't know. I just want to know if this is even possible. Her usage doubled. She called and said, she was convinced that it had not actually doubled. She said she was on hold for 53 minutes, and then someone in Nicaragua answered. Is that possible?
So I can't speak to the individual facts of the customer. Happy to look into that. We do have one of our outsourced vendors for our call center located in Nicaragua, so it is possible that that customer spoke with somebody from there.
Is 53 minutes acceptable?
I do not believe that's acceptable, no.
Thank you. Can't find my questions. Questions from all day, I apologize. Does CenterPoint have a dividend policy? And in that context, I'll just, if not a specific policy with a subsidiary, I get that, but then who would determine the dollar amounts of dividends that CenterPoint, Indiana would pay to its parent?
So I may not be the right one to answer this question, which I'm happy to get a better answer. But what I would say is that that would be a decision driven by our board of directors in consultation with our senior management. But I'm happy to get a better answer specific to Indiana and get back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Doug.
So CenterPoint, Indiana is the only generation that you have, or CenterPoint has in the United States. Is that correct?
Electric generation, that's correct.
So how does that play in with the overall CenterPoint as far as just their generation here in Indiana? How's that going?
Well, I think, I would say that since the merger, we have benefited from being in multiple states and learning kind of the best practices from all states. And so oftentimes our Texas leadership team, frankly, I think learned some from Shane's team, right? Because Shane has multiple years of experience running generation in Indiana, and we don't own generation in Texas. So there's a lot of learnings, and I would say that we've learned from Houston Electric some practices that we've been able to bring to Indiana for the betterment of customers. So I think it's been a mutually beneficial relationship from a learning standpoint for our colleagues.
Okay. And one more question I've asked everybody, lobbying budget. What is your lobbying budget in Indiana this year?
So I did hear the question earlier this morning, so I did have the benefit of looking that up. So our 25 reportable expense was right around $100,000 to the lobby commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just to add something to Commissioner Ziegner about tree trimming, they did come out my area, trim trees not too long ago, so they did a great job. I appreciate that because during the ice storm, I was out of power for 9 days. So every time they got it repaired, more trees fell on them. So thanks for coming out there and trimming the trees.
Did you get a picture of Mike doing that?
I did not.
Okay.
You do not want Mike in a bucket truck.
You and chainsaws don't get along. Just to verify, I'm trying to come up with a cumulative answer for the day. And I believe I heard you correctly earlier that your foundation commits $5 million to customer assistance every 2 years.
So what I was referencing is that $5 million was a recent 2-year commitment. Our foundation gives millions of dollars throughout the service territory for our pillars, but the $5 million was specific to Southwest Indiana. We have 5 areas of focus there. We've rolled out 2 of those. We have 3 still to roll out. One, in a little quick detail, is called home repair and care. So using Community One, for example, a local partner, we're able to bring folks that maybe don't qualify for traditional assistance. Maybe they make just too much money to qualify. They also may be just in crisis mode because of a water heater, because of an HVAC system. Those dollars are dedicated for those folks to replace the HVAC, replace windows and doors, whatever it is to get them out of crisis and into a more stable situation from an energy perspective.
Okay. Yes, please do.
Just a quick question. Was that the salary or the range for households, was that $120,000? Is that correct? So you can make up to $120,000 to be able to take advantage of some of these?
I believe it was.
From what I read, that's what it said, and I just kind of curious about that.
Yeah, there was a sliding scale based on family size.
Okay.
I may have to get you the exact.
So it could be the number of people. Okay.
That's right, number of people in the home.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
No problem. Well, as you've stated, and as I've commented and asked of others, you know, your national headquarters is in Texas, I believe, and so many of our utilities, with the exception of one that have been here today, are chartered out of state. The storefront and paying the bill is gone. Yet Main Street and Hoosiers are looking for that face-to-face opportunity to pay bills, to have explanation. We've made websites our storefronts. I respect that. We've demanded efficiency out of you as a society, as a commission, and to do that, it maybe precipitates some of that cost cutting. But I contend, as a person of the industry, as a commission chair, and our team in the industry, that we are coming up short in meeting Hoosiers where they're at, and really in meeting them on maybe a transition that we're going through now, and maybe not quite as much CenterPoint, but certainly in some of the other districts with large load growth, with aging infrastructure, and just high demand that in some regards we didn't see coming. And you're doing some town halls now, which started not too long ago, so somewhat reactionary to current times. What can we all collectively do better to inform Hoosiers of the times we live in and the challenges that we're facing, whether it's transition in energy, that we're not seemingly getting the word out, whether it's cost of energy, because the affordability, this whole conversation comes down to that bill that they receive. And that's the affordability for that person at that moment in time. And we know we don't have collectively the benefit of focusing just on affordability. We also have to have reliability, resiliency, the other 5 pillars that make up the basis of what you do and the basis of how we regulate you and what we regulate. But I just think collectively we need to do a better job informing the public, meeting Hoosiers where they're at, and having these conversations about, again, transitions of generation, the challenges of distribution, the challenges of transmission, and how to also meet the economic development moment, like you say with Toyota making presumably making a great capital investment in your neighborhood, and we're seeing that throughout the Beltway here with some of your gas customers and throughout the state with other investments. And I guess I would just like to comment on either strategies that you're currently doing, ideas that you might have going forward, or how we can collectively come around getting a better, stronger message out that's factual and intentional to Hoosiers all over the state.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I would concur with your premise that, you know, affordability is very personal to every customer, and certainly some customers are struggling to pay. And so I think we have to rise as an industry, we have to rise as a company to better meet these explanation opportunities. Just a couple examples I would share. You know, these Community Connect sessions that we did start in the fall, perhaps a little reactionary, but again, these were open house type, if you think about a large high school gym. What we've done, like in 2026 and going forward, is try to reimagine those. So just as an example, we did 5 of them last year. We're going to be on track to do about 30 of them this year, and we're doing them differently. So we're going to where our customers are. So think about the break room at a large employer. Think about a neighborhood association meeting where we send our team out. Think about community action agency meetings that may already be going on. So we're bolting on to those. We're standing up our own in places where our customers are working and their quality of life opportunities, where they're going with their families. And maybe the best example, which happened just last week, we had one of these events in our plaza, in our Indiana headquarters in Evansville. First time I can remember in a long time where we invited customers in. We had our customer service team there to help with that. There's also a kiosk available in Evansville where folks can go. It's not the high-touch example that you're talking about, so I think that we have to consider that as we look at other improvements for customers throughout this year going forward. And then finally, I would say, you kind of referenced the industry, and I would say, you know, all the companies that have been here today, we all have to step up, and you know, we're trying to do that through the Indiana Energy Association, but we need to do more of that, and those conversations have been and continue to be ongoing, and we'll be looking to do some better outreach to customers around the state.
Thank you. Last call. Anyone? Councilor Gray? Well, you guys get to wrap up the day. Thank you very much for being here. Thank everyone for your attention. Staff, thank you a ton for your preparation getting us to today and sticking around and helping out throughout the day. As suggested at the beginning, this is phase one of really our dive into energy affordability. I myself and many of the team members, many of the commissioners will be on the road over the next many weeks, meeting with consumers in your district. You guys are welcome to attend, as well as the ratepayers and customers throughout Indiana, as we look forward to hearing from them and reconvening back here with the commission and determining what potential outcomes of these both listening sessions will be. So again, thank everyone for participating, and have a great day. We're adjourned.